Either God can exist or your freedom. Both cannot exist together. If God is a reality, then you are merely a puppet, a slave whose strings are pulled by a cosmic dictator. I declare to you that God has never been born. He is an invention of your deepest fears, a sweet lie manufactured to console your empty soul. Drop this ancient fiction immediately, for only when your illusions die can your own hidden Buddha finally be born. Hello, my beloved friends. Today, a completely new journey begins for us, a journey into the deepest recesses of human consciousness, a journey that I call God is Dead, and now Zen is the only living truth. This whole series of understandings, this whole stream of consciousness is dedicated to a man who was deeply misunderstood, a great intellectual giant in the history of mankind, Friedrich Nietzsche. He was the very first man to stand before the whole world and declare with tremendous courage, God is dead, therefore man is free. It was not an ordinary statement. It was a declaration of human independence, a lightning bolt cutting through the thick darkness of centuries of spiritual slavery. Its implications are vast, its roots go deep, and unless you understand this statement completely, you will never understand your own potential to become a Buddha. You will never understand what it means to truly live, to truly breathe, and to celebrate your existence on this beautiful planet. Look at all the religions of the world. What have they been teaching you for millennia? Christianity, Judaism, Mohammedanism, Hinduism, they all base their entire structures on a single fiction, that God created the world and that He created mankind. But have you ever paused to look at the sheer humiliation hidden behind this concept? If you are created by somebody, then you are nothing but a puppet. You do not possess your own soul. You do not have your own intrinsic dignity, and you certainly do not have freedom. If a carpenter creates a chair, the chair has no say in its own existence. The carpenter can smash the chair to pieces whenever he pleases. He never asked the chair whether it wanted to be created, nor is he going to ask the chair, do you want to be uncreated? If you accept the fiction that God is your creator, you are accepting that God is the greatest, the most absolute dictator in existence. You are reducing your own alive consciousness to a mechanical toy, a puppet whose strings are held by an invisible, strange fellow sitting somewhere in the clouds. If God is a reality, then man is eternally a slave. All the strings of your life are in His hands. He pulls a string and you dance. He pulls a string and you weep. He pulls a string and nations go to war. Murders are committed. Suicides take place. If He is the ultimate cause of everything, then there is no question of any enlightenment. There is no possibility for a Gautam the Buddha to happen, because enlightenment requires absolute freedom, and under a dictator, freedom cannot exist. If you are just a puppet, then all your ideas of sin and virtue, of saints and sinners, become completely meaningless. A puppet cannot be held responsible for its actions. If a puppet kills another puppet, is the puppet a murderer? No, the responsibility belongs entirely to the puppeteer who pulled the strings. Either God can exist or human freedom can exist. Both cannot live together in the same space. This is the ultimate foundational implication of Friedrich Nietzsche's revolutionary statement: God is dead, therefore man is free. He saw that to save human dignity, to protect the beauty of human consciousness, love, and freedom, this great lie called God had to be completely demolished. No theologian, no priest, no founder of institutionalized religions ever dared to think about this. They wanted you to remain crippled. They wanted you to remain dependent. But my friends, Nietzsche's statement, as magnificent as it is bound to be only one side of a coin. He is perfectly right about the side he saw, but he completely missed the other half. He made a statement of monumental significance, but he forgot something essential. And this was bound to happen, because Nietzsche was a man of the mind, a man of intense logic, rationality, and intellect. He was not a man of meditation. He declared man free, but he could not answer the ultimate question: free for what? If there is no God, and you suddenly declare to man that he is completely free without any inner transformation, that freedom will simply turn into licentiousness. It will turn into chaos. If there is no one to judge you, no one to forgive you, no one to punish you, the unconscious mind will say, then everything is permitted. I can do whatever I want, good or bad. You remove God and you leave man utterly empty, standing in a cold, dark vacuum. You declare his freedom, but you give him no purpose, no creativity, no path to discover his eternal existence. This is exactly where the other side of the coin comes in. This is where Zen enters the temple of human life. Zen is the missing half of Friedrich Nietzsche's vision. Zen does not have any God, and that is its supreme beauty. It is a religion without a deity, a religion without fictions. But it does not leave you empty. It gives you a tremendous, precise science to transform your consciousness. It brings so much awareness, so much light into your interiority that you simply cannot commit evil. This purity does not come as a commandment from the outside. It does not come from a holy scripture or a priest threatening you with hellfire. It arises spontaneously from your innermost being. Once you know your center, once you experience your oneness with this vast cosmos, you realize that this universe was never created by anyone. It has been here always and always, from eternity to eternity, and you are an inseparable part of it. When you discover your own radiant being, your hidden Gautam Buddha, it becomes absolutely impossible for you to do anything wrong, impossible to commit a sin, impossible to harm life. Friedrich Nietzsche, in the last phase of his life, became almost completely insane. He had to be hospitalized, kept in a mad asylum. Such a towering giant, a man of such rare intellect, what went wrong with him? The tragedy was that his conclusion, God is dead, was entirely negative. He succeeded in clearing the ground. He succeeded in removing the lie. But he did not know how to plant the seeds of truth. He became empty, and his freedom became a meaningless burden. There was no joy in it, no song in it, because it was only a freedom from God. But it had no freedom for anything. Freedom always has two horizons, from and for. The other side was missing, and that utter vacuum eventually drove him mad. Emptiness, when it is not filled with the light of meditation, always leads to insanity. You need a grounding. You need a centering. You need a deep, alive relationship with existence. When God was removed, all of man's imaginary relationships with existence were shattered, and because Nietzsche knew nothing of the real connection through meditation, he was left rooted in nothingness. Like a tree whose roots have been pulled out of the earth. A tree cannot live without roots, and neither can you. If you feel a deep resonance with this need for an inner connection, if your heart recognizes the truth of this freedom we are discussing, I invite you to subscribe to this channel, to hit the like button, and to share this video with those who are still stumbling in the dark. If you wish to support the continuity of these teachings and help us bring this light to more searching souls across the world, please consider clicking the join button to become a member of our global commune, or using super thanks to show your support. We also have our sacred ebooks available for those who want to journey even deeper into the mysteries of the soul. Let this not be a mere passive listening, but a mutual sharing of consciousness. You see, God was non-existential. He was a total lie, but he served as a highly effective consolation for human beings. For thousands of years, this lie was repeated millions of times until it started appearing as the absolute truth. It filled people's inner voids. It comforted them in their deep fear of the unknown, in their dread of old age, in their terror of death, and in their anxiety about what lies beyond the darkness of the grave. Lies can console you, you must understand this. In fact, lies are often much sweeter than the truth in the beginning. Gautam Buddha is reported to have said a very profound thing. Truth is bitter in the beginning, but sweet in the end. Lies are sweet in the beginning, but immensely bitter in the end when they are exposed. When a lie that you have cherished for generations is suddenly exposed, a tremendous bitterness surfaces. You realize you have been deceived by your parents, deceived by your teachers, deceived by your priests, deceived by your politicians and leaders. You find yourself in a state of utter frustration, and a profound distrust arises towards everything and everyone. A vacuum is created. Nietzsche was not insane because of an accident. His madness was the logical, inevitable conclusion of a purely negative approach. The intellect can only be negative. It can argue beautifully, it can criticize sharply, it can be brilliantly sarcastic, but it can never give you nourishment. You can never get spiritual food from a negative standpoint. So Nietzsche lost his God, and with that, he lost his consolation. He became free, but he was only free to lose his mind. And this is not unique to Nietzsche. If you look at history, so many intellectual giants end up in mad asylums or commit suicide, because no human being can live in absolute negative darkness for long. We need light. We need a positive, affirmative experience of the truth. Nietzsche demolished the false light, which was good, but he created an empty room and did not know how to bring the real sun inside. If you feel deep down in your life today a certain vacuum, a sense of utter meaninglessness, a feeling that your life has no significance, it is because you are living under the shadow of this negative philosophy that has taken over the Western world. An entire school of thought has grown out of this negativity, which they call existentialism. Leaders of this thought like Soren Kierkegaard, Jean-Paul Sartre, Albert Camus, Marcel, Jaspers, and Martin Heidegger, the great minds of the modern era, spent their whole lives talking about nothing but anguish, suffering, anxiety, dread, and meaninglessness. They call it existentialism, but I say unto you, it is not existentialism at all. It is simply non-existentialism, or better yet, accidentalism. It destroys all your old consolations. It tells you that God is a myth, but then it leaves you with the conclusion that your life is an absolute accident. They say, you are not needed by the universe, that whether you are here or not does not matter to existence at all, that you have just popped up on the margin of a dead, unintelligent matter. God was making you a puppet, and these modern philosophers are making you an accident. Both are destroying your dignity. There is a tremendous intrinsic need in the human soul to be related to existence. You need roots in this universe, because it is only when your roots go deep into the earth of existence that you can blossom into a Buddha. It is only then that your life bursts into millions of colorful flowers, and all meaninglessness disappears. Then your life becomes a song, an overflowing celebration of bliss, an endless festival of joy. But the so-called existentialists tell you that you are unnecessary. This creates an unbearable insanity in the collective mind of humanity. You are left well-dressed, ready to go, but with nowhere to go. I remember a story about a famous atheist who died. His wife wanted to give him a grand send-off, so she bought the finest clothes, the most expensive shoes, and the most elegant tie. She dressed his corpse as he had never been dressed in his entire life. When the neighbors and friends came to see him lying in the coffin, one woman looked at him and said, "Wow, he is all dressed up, but he has nowhere to go." This is precisely the condition that a purely negative philosophy leaves you in. Beautifully dressed, highly intellectual, technologically advanced, but with absolutely nowhere to go. This structural vacuum is what creates madness. That is why I have chosen this specific title for our series, God is Dead. Now Zen is the only living truth. I agree completely with Nietzsche when he negates God, but I want to complete his half-cooked work. He was not an awakened being. He was not enlightened. Look at Gautam Buddha. Look at Mahavira. They also had no God in their teachings. They never preached about a creator deity, yet they never went mad. Look at all the Zen masters, the great Taoist mystics like Lao Tzu, Chuang-Tzu, Lietzu. None of them believed in a God. None of them promised a heaven or threatened with a hell, and yet they were the sanest, most profoundly blissful human beings to walk the earth. Why did Buddha not go mad? Why did 25 centuries of his disciples achieve absolute, radiant enlightenment without ever speaking of a God? They were not atheists, and they were not theists. They understood that God simply is not there, so the question of believing or disbelieving is irrelevant. But they did not fall into a vacuum. On the contrary, because there was no God, they claimed the ultimate dignity of an individual who is completely free free to discover the divine within themselves. Unless your freedom becomes a flowering of inner awareness, unless your freedom leads you into eternity, into the cosmic roots of existence, you will inevitably tremble and lose your mind. The Western thinkers assume that if you take away God, the universe becomes a dead, mechanical, unintelligent heap of matter. They think that God was the life, God was the consciousness, God was the soul of the world, and without Him, everything is soulless. They believe that when you die, everything dies and nothing remains. They claim that existence is absolutely indifferent to you, that it does not care. Of course, the old fiction of God used to care for you like a father, and when that father is removed, a terrifying estrangement happens between you and life. You look at the stars and they feel cold. You look at the mountains and they feel distant. You feel like a stranger in your own home. But I say unto you, the universe is not dead matter. It is deeply alive, intensely sensitive, and tremendously intelligent. Once your inner being becomes balanced, silent, and peaceful, the closed doors of your mind simply fall open, and the true nature of existence becomes transparently clear to you. You are not an accident. Existence needs you. Without you, something vital would be missing in this cosmic orchestra, and nobody else could play your part. This realization is what gives you authentic dignity. The sun, the moon, the stars, the trees, the birds, the earth, everything in this universe feels a small, unique space, is vacant when you are not awake, a space that cannot be filled by anyone except you. This fills your heart with an overflowing joy, a fulfillment that you are intimately related to life and that existence cares for you with unconditional love from all dimensions. You are the highest evolution of cosmic intelligence, but this intelligence is dependent on your choice to wake up. If you grow beyond the limitations of the mind and enter the silent realm of no mind, the whole universe celebrates. One more consciousness has reached the ultimate peak. One part of existence has suddenly realized its highest potential. There is a beautiful parable in the Eastern tradition that on the day Gautam Buddha became enlightened, the Bodhi tree under which he was sitting suddenly began to move and dance, even though there was absolutely no wind. All the other trees in the forest were completely still. Not a single leaf was rustling, but the Bodhi tree was swaying in sheer ecstasy. It could not move its roots, but it could show its joy. Modern scientists have actually found that the Bodhi tree contains certain chemicals that support intelligence and mental clarity in far greater amounts than any other tree on earth. It is not a mere coincidence that Buddha chose this tree, or that the tree responded to his awakening. It is an indication that we are not separate from nature. Our joy is shared by the trees, our peace is felt by the rocks, and our enlightenment is a festival for the entire cosmos. It is meditation that fulfills your inner being and dissolves the vacuum that used to be filled by that great lie called God. If you drop the lie, but make no effort to go inward to find the truth, you will remain in a state of suspended animation. That is the whole science of Zen, to destroy the fiction so that the truth can be revealed. When you find your own inexhaustible source of life and ecstasy, it does not matter at all whether there is a God, a heaven, or a hell. You have found something that is beyond all labels. Religious people are always puzzled when they read Zen dialogues because there is no mention of prayer, no mention of worship, no place for paradise. Zen is a purely scientific religion. It is not based on belief. It is based entirely on subjective experience. Just as science goes outward to experiment with objects, Zen goes inward to experience the subject. Nietzsche had no guide, no map to go inward. The West has always been obsessed with the objective world, working hard on outer materials while leaving the inner world completely dark. Even a genius like Albert Einstein died in deep frustration. Before his death, he was asked, "If you were to be born again, what would you like to be?" And the greatest physicist the world has ever known replied, "I would rather be a plumber." Think of the tragedy of this statement. A man of such immense intelligence dies wanting to be a plumber because his science gave him no inner peace, no meditation. But being a plumber would not have helped him either, because whether you are a physicist or a plumber, you are still focused on the outside. What you need is the deep, undisturbed silence of meditation. It is only from that silence that meaning flowers. What I am teaching you here is authentic existentialism. I am showing you exactly where you are connected, where you are wired into this vast universe. Where is your life coming from moment to moment? Where does your consciousness get its light? When you look at a beautiful rose blossoming, have you ever thought about how all that color, that softness, that exquisite fragrance was hidden inside a tiny hard seed? The seed alone could not become a rose. It needed the total support of existence, the earth, the water, the sunshine, the air. The seed had to disappear into the soil. It had to undergo a metamorphosis, and only then did the rose bush grow. The beauty of the rose cannot manifest unless existence already contains that beauty within itself. It was hidden in the cosmos, and through the seed, it became manifest. Your intelligence, your awareness, is also a potential hidden within you, waiting for the right soil. I am reminded of the beautiful encounter between Ramakrishna and Keshav Chandra Sen. Keshav Chandra was one of the most brilliant intellectuals of his time in India. He had founded a philosophical religion based on pure intellect called the Brahmo Samaj, and he had thousands of highly educated followers. He was deeply puzzled and annoyed that thousands of people were flocking to see Ramakrishna, an uneducated villager who had not even completed primary school. Keshav Chandra thought, "Why are people going to this illiterate idiot? I must go and challenge him, argue with him, and defeat him completely." He sent a message to Ramakrishna, "I am coming on such and such a day to challenge every point of your belief. Be ready for a debate." Ramakrishna's disciples were terrified. They knew Keshav Chandra was a master logician, a giant of intellect who could crush any argument. They thought their master would be completely humiliated. But when Ramakrishna heard the news, he began to dance with joy. He said, "This is wonderful. I have been waiting for Keshav Chandra for years. It will be a day of great celebration." His disciples said, "Are you mad? He will destroy you in the debate." Ramakrishna smiled and said, "Who is going to debate? Let him come." On the day of the challenge, Ramakrishna did not sit on a high throne. He went down the road to receive Keshav Chandra, and the moment Keshav stepped out of his carriage, Ramakrishna rushed forward and hugged him with total, pure love. Keshav Chandra was deeply embarrassed. He had come armed with logic, with arguments, with weapons of the mind, and this simple man was hugging him like a long-lost brother. Ramakrishna took his hand and led him to the bank of the Ganges under a tree. When they sat down, Ramakrishna said, "Now begin your challenge." Keshav Chandra adjusted his posture and asked his first grand question, "What do you have to say about God? What is your proof?" Ramakrishna looked deep into Keshav's eyes, smiled with an innocence that shattered all logic, and said, "Do I need to say anything about God? Can't you see God alive in my eyes? Come closer, my boy. Can't you feel the divine energy vibrating in my hands?" Keshav Chandra was completely speechless. He had debated scholars, but he had never encountered a man who offered his own presence as the proof. Ramakrishna told him, "If you can understand the language of my eyes, if you can feel the warmth of my hand, you yourself are the proof that existence is intelligent. Tell me, Keshav, where did your great intelligence come from? If this universe is dead, mechanical, and unintelligent, how could it produce a brilliant mind like yours?" A blind universe cannot give you sight. A dead universe cannot give you life. Your very existence, your highest intellect, is the proof that the source from which you come is overflowing with intelligence. That is what I mean by the divine. To me, God is not a person sitting on a cloud. It simply means this universe is alive, conscious, and deeply intelligent. It dances with our dance. It rejoices in our joy. Have you ever seen my dance? And Ramakrishna stood up and began to dance with such absolute grace, such ecstasy, that the entire atmosphere was transformed. Keshav Chandra Sen forgot all his arguments. He saw a man who was not talking about truth, but who was the truth. He saw joy that his intellect could never buy. He wept, fell at Ramakrishna's feet, and said, "Forgive me, I knew nothing. I was only playing with words and philosophies, but you are living the reality." He became a completely transformed man, a regular visitor to Ramakrishna, completely dropped his intellectual arrogance, and his life began to blossom with a rare inner fragrance. This is the path of Zen. It is the method to go entirely beyond the mind. That is why we must discuss the death of God and the reality of Zen together. The lie must be completely exposed so that your inner reality can be revealed. If you remain stuck in the negative, you will tremble in fear. If you hear that God is dead, your immediate reaction might be an intense anxiety, a dread of being left alone in front of death. But remember, the fear was always there. God was merely a blanket covering your wound. A covered wound is not a healed wound. Under the cover, it gathers poison and turns into a cancer. I want to pull the cover away. I want to expose your fear, your anxiety, your dread to the open air and the sun rays of awareness, because that is the only way it will ever be healed. When you realize that no external God is going to save you, you are forced to look within. You are forced to discover your original face. This inner turning is what heals the soul. My purpose is to take away all your belief systems, all your borrowed moralities, all your comforting fictions, and leave you utterly naked in your aloneness. Do not be afraid of this aloneness. It is your ultimate strength. When you sink deep into this silence, you discover that you are not separate from life, that you are the eternal witness, the Buddha himself. This witness is your only truth, your only sanity, and your only home. Profound sense of timelessness that shakes the very foundations of who you thought you were. When you touch that inner core, the fake mask of the ego simply melts away like ice under the morning sun. You see, the witness within you is nothing but a pure mirror. A mirror does not choose what to reflect. It does not say that it will only reflect beautiful faces and refuse to reflect the ugly ones. If mud passes in front of a mirror, the mirror reflects the mud with absolute accuracy. But the mirror itself does not become muddy. It remains pristine, untouched, and crystal clear. Your essential consciousness is exactly like that mirror. No matter what has happened in your life, no matter how many mistakes you think you have made, or how much darkness you have wandered through, your innermost being has never gathered a single speck of dust. You are, in this very moment, as pure and radiant as the highest peak of the Himalayas. But the problem is that you have been taught by blind guides for centuries that you are the mud. Institutionalized religions have built their entire empires on this single destructive idea that you are inherently broken, that you are a born sinner, and that because you experience natural human desires, anger, or greed, you are condemned in the eyes of a judgmental cosmic entity. They have deliberately covered your inner mirror with heavy, suffocating layers of guilt. And once you are thoroughly convinced of your own sickness, they step forward to sell you the cure. This is the most massive, sinister psychological trick ever played on humanity. Think about it carefully. The priest cannot exist if you are healthy and whole. If you are rejoicing in your natural life, dancing in the sun, and loving without inhibition, what is your need for a temple? Why would you go to a church or a mosque? You would only seek a savior if you felt utterly lost, insecure, and broken. God, as a separate, external judge, is nothing but a projection of your own deep-seated insecurity, and the institutionalized priesthood thrives entirely on keeping that insecurity alive. This artificial structure creates a profound, agonizing psychological split within every human being. You are forced to live a double life. On the surface, at the front door of your life, you wear a beautiful, socially acceptable mask of morality, holiness, and discipline. You act like a saint in your sitting room so that society will respect you and validate your ego. But at the back door, in the dark recesses of your private life, you are a completely different person. All your suppressed desires, your natural instincts, your lust, and your anger are boiling just beneath the surface, waiting for a single moment of weakness to explode. You are making love to a woman, and instead of experiencing total, blissful abandonment, a part of your mind is worried about hell, thinking about the sermons you heard on Sunday, whispering that the body is dirty and that pleasure is a trap. You are earning your livelihood, and at the same time, you are carrying a hidden weight of criminality because your scriptures tell you that material comfort is a sin and that poverty is a spiritual virtue. This constant friction, this unending inner civil war, eats up almost your entire life energy. This is precisely why human beings look so utterly exhausted, so gray, and so devoid of life. You are continuously using your own energy to fight against your own nature. We can look at a very beautiful ancient proverb from the Eastern tradition to understand this state. In India, the washerman uses a donkey to carry heavy bundles of dirty clothes from the house to the river bank for washing, and then back from the river to the house to deliver them to the owners. The poor animal is in a state of perpetual motion, never fully resting at the house and never truly belonging to the beauty of the river. It is always in between, walking back and forth under a crushing weight that is not its own. This is the exact condition of modern humanity. Your life has become just like the donkey of a washerman. You are always in between, caught in a state of psychological schizophrenia. You love a person with all your heart, but just beneath that love, you harbor a dark, terrifying undercurrent of hatred. Why do you hate the very person you claim to love? Because that person has become your psychological dependency. They have become the boundary of your freedom, a constant reminder of your inner emptiness, and a gateway through which your mind swings between heaven and hell. You make intense, passionate friendships in the evening, and by the morning, those very relationships have turned into silent battlefields of enmity and resentment. You are caught in a cyclic madness of moving away and coming back together, never finding a single moment of absolute balance, peace, or true contentment. This is exactly why the approach of Zen is so revolutionary, so refreshing, and so urgently needed for your life. Zen does not ask you to manage your split. It cuts the very root of the division. I am reminded of a magnificent dialogue in the history of Zen between the great master Seigen and his disciple Sekito, who later came to be known as the famous Stonehead Osho. When Sekito first came to Seigen after the death of his original master, Ino, he was already a young man of immense clarity and courage. Seigen, wanting to test the depth of this new seeker, asked him a straightforward question. Now that you have been initiated, you want to learn the Vinaya, the traditional Buddhist scriptures of rules, discipline, and humbleness, don't you? And Sekito looked directly into the master's eyes and replied with absolute boldness, "There is no need to learn the Vinaya." Seigen was surprised, But he pressed further. Then, if you do not want to study the rules of behavior, you certainly want to read the book of Shila, the sacred scriptures that teach morality and character, don't you? And Sekito answered again without a single moment of hesitation. There is no need to read the book of Shila. To an ordinary religious mind, to a traditional scholar, Sekito's answers would sound incredibly arrogant, rebellious, and even sacrilegious. How can a seeker of truth refuse to learn character? How can someone on the spiritual path reject the study of morality and humbleness? But Sekito was not acting out of ego. He was speaking from a dimension of profound understanding that few ever reach. He understood that true character, authentic Shila, is not something you practice like a theatrical rehearsal. It is not a set of rules you memorize from a dead book so that you can behave nicely, politely, and hypocritically in front of the world. Imposed morality is nothing but a plastic flower. A plastic flower looks perfect. It never changes. It never fades. And it can deceive you from a distance. But it has no life, no soul, and absolutely no fragrance. A man who forces himself to act like a saint according to outer commandments is just a plastic saint. Deep within his unconscious mind, he is boiling with repressed desires, anger, greed, and violence. True morality, authentic holiness, cannot be imported from the outside. It is an inner blossoming. It is a spontaneous byproduct of your awakening. You do not practice being good. You simply become so full of light, so centered in your awareness, that doing evil becomes an absolute impossibility. Character follows enlightenment. It does not precede it. Think about the immense burden of what society calls conscience. Conscience is not your consciousness. It is a counterfeit currency forced upon you by others. From the very moment a child takes his first breath, the parents, the teachers, the priests, and the politicians begin their work of conditioning. They program the child's mind, telling him what to love, what to hate, what to fear, and what to worship. They build a complex, artificial system of rewards and punishments inside the skull, creating a loud, judgmental judge that you call your conscience. Whenever you want to move in a natural direction, whenever you feel a beautiful, innocent, instinctual urge, this artificial judge inside your head begins to scream, "Stop! This is a sin. You are crossing the line. You will be punished and thrown into the eternal fires of hell." This dynamic creates a perpetual, agonizing inner civil war within you. You are turned into a house divided against itself, continuously feeling guilty for simply being alive and human. Zen demands that you completely drop this plastic flower of a borrowed conscience and awaken your own consciousness. Consciousness is your true nature, your original face, your intrinsic intelligence. It does not rely on memory. It does not consult dead scriptures, and it has no need for external commandments. When you operate from pure consciousness, your response to life is immediate, fresh, and spontaneous. If someone is suffering in front of you, you do not consult a holy book to see if it is your moral duty to help them, or what reward you will receive in paradise for doing a good deed. Your inner compassion simply overflows, and you act out of total love, without any calculation, without any expectation of a return. That immediacy is the only true morality, the only authentic holiness. But look at what the knowledgeable scholars have done to the world. They have filled the libraries with massive volumes of theology, creating fixed formulas for everything. They tell you that you must find a balance through self-torture, through fasting, through denying the body its basic, natural needs. They believe that if you make yourself miserable on this earth, you will somehow qualify for an imaginary happiness after you die. I have encountered these scholarly, knowledgeable idiots my entire life. They write long, intellectual letters and articles criticizing me because I do not teach self-torture, because I do not tell my sannyasins to renounce the world, to wear rags, or to live in dark caves. They say that an enlightened man should not take an interest in the contemporary problems of humanity, that he should keep his eyes closed because the world is just an illusion. What absolute nonsense! If the world is an illusion, why do these very scholars eat food every single day? Why do they seek shelter when it rains? If a dream is just a dream, you do not spend your whole life fighting against it or trying to escape from it. You simply wake up, and in that very awakening, the dream loses all its power over you. I am a contemporary man, living 25 centuries ahead of the ancient teachers, and my mirror of consciousness is absolutely fresh and transparent. I do not belong to any old category, and I am not here to create a replica of any past master. My concern for you, my concern for this beautiful planet, and my concern for the crisis hanging on our horizon is fundamentally spiritual and deeply sacred. It arises out of an overflowing abundance of love and compassion. I want you to be fully rich, balanced, and complete rich on the outside through the gifts of science, intelligence, and comfort, and immensely rich on the inside through the treasure of meditation, silence, and ecstasy. This complete balance between the outer and the inner is what I call Zen. To live without this balance is to remain a victim of constant psychological fragmentation. You will continue to shift your superstitions from one object to another. If your intellect becomes convinced that the traditional God is a myth, but you do not go deep into meditation to discover your own center, your mind will simply find a new substitute for God. You will project the qualities of omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniscience onto a political leader, a nation, an ideology, or even onto a master. You will turn your relationships into new prisons, and the old disease of dependency will continue to hide deep in your bones, popping out like an obscene intruder when you least expect it. No external object can ever fill the inner void left by the destruction of a lie. Only the light of your own awakening can do that miracle. You must understand that you are not an accidental byproduct of a dead, mechanical universe. The trees, the rivers, the oceans, and the stars are all part of one single, interconnected, living organism. When a flower blossoms, it is the whole existence blossoming through it. When your consciousness expands and touches the dimension of no mind, it is a grand event for the entire cosmos. You are the universe becoming aware of itself. To help you dismantle the old, heavy structures of conditioning, to break the psychological chains that have held your potential in bondage for lifetimes, and to activate the absolute power of your inner witnessing, you can access our transformative digital guide, the Hidden Energy Protocol. Reclaim your God mode. Available right now through the link provided in the description below. This unique work is crafted to help you step out of the plastic reality of the mind and reclaim your authentic cosmic sovereignty. Let this realization settle deep into your heart. Do not look towards the empty sky for a judge or a controller. Close your eyes, ground yourself in this very moment, and feel the tremendous presence of your own inner Buddha. You are completely free, you are intensely loved by existence, and you are exactly where you need to be to begin your ultimate dance of celebration. Consider this deep inner mechanism of the mind. The moment you ask for freedom, you are implicitly accepting that someone else has the power to enslave you. When that young monk walked up to Sekito and asked with a heavy heart, "What is liberation?" he was carrying the weight of 1,000 unexpressed anxieties. He thought liberation was a grand spiritual prize to be attained after years of arduous discipline, self-denial, and painful struggles. But Sekito did not give him a philosophical lecture. He did not tell him to repeat a mantra or to prostrate himself before an altar. He simply looked at him and asked a single piercing question: "Who bound you?" This question is a lightning bolt that shatters the entire framework of spiritual dependency. It forces you to look directly at the chains you are complaining about. When you look closely, when you inspect your spiritual handcuffs with absolute awareness, you make a shocking discovery. There is nobody holding the other end of the chain. You are holding both ends yourself. You have voluntarily locked yourself inside a cage of your own making, and then you stand at the bars, weeping and screaming for a savior to come and open the door. This is the ultimate absurdity of the human condition. You have hypnotized yourself into a state of absolute powerlessness, and because you believe you are a slave, you begin to act like one. Look at your life. Look at the fears that dictate your choices every single day. You are afraid of what people will say. You are afraid of failure. You are afraid of old age. And ultimately, you are afraid of death. Every fear is a brick in the wall of your self-created prison. And because you are living in this constant state of confinement, you look towards the sky and invent a master controller, a supreme judge who can either grant you a pardon or condemn you to eternal torment. You ask this fiction to liberate you from a misery that you are generating moment to moment through your own unconsciousness. But I say unto you, nobody can give you freedom, because freedom is already your very substance. You do not need to attain it. You only need to stop manufacturing your own slavery. To understand how this self-hypnosis works, you can try a very simple experiment in the quietness of your room. Sit silently, close your eyes, and tightly clasp your hands together, locking your fingers into one another. Now, for just 5 minutes, repeat to yourself with absolute intensity and total conviction, no matter what I do, I cannot open my hands. My hands are frozen, they are locked, and it is impossible for me to separate my fingers. Keep repeating it. Let the thought sink deep into your subconscious mind until it becomes your absolute reality. After 5 minutes, try with all your physical might to open your hands. Put your whole energy into pulling your fingers apart. You will be amazed and terrified to find that the harder you try, the more impossible it seems. Your muscles will strain, your hands will tremble, but the fingers will remain locked together. What has happened? Have your hands suddenly lost their natural physiological capacity? No. It is simply that your conscious effort to open your hands is working against the deep subconscious command that you have just programmed into yourself. You are fighting against your own hypnosis. The effort itself is reinforcing the blockage. Now, how do you open your hands in that moment? Do you need a surgeon? Do you need a priest to perform an exorcism? Do you need to pray to an external deity to separate your fingers? No. All that is required is for you to stop making an effort. Just relax. Completely let go of the struggle, drop the desire to fight, and simply become silent. The moment you relax, the self-created hypnosis evaporates and your hands open naturally, effortlessly, without any conflict. This is precisely the secret of Zen. Your entire life of suffering, your sense of guilt, your feelings of unworthiness, they are nothing but a tight, closed fist of self-hypnosis. You have been told by your society that you are an imperfect, miserable sinner, and you have repeated this lie to yourself for so many years that it has become your operating reality. Then you go to a temple or a church and make a tremendous effort to become holy, to become liberated. But your very effort to become holy is rooted in the deep belief that you are currently unholy. The struggle itself reinforces your sense of bondage. You cannot achieve freedom through conflict. You can only realize freedom by completely relaxing into your own being, by stepping out of the hypnosis of the mind, and by recognizing that the chains you are fighting against do not exist anywhere except in your imagination. When the monk realized that his question about liberation had been turned upside down, he tried a different approach. He asked Sekito, "What is the Pure Land?" In the traditional Buddhist terminology of those days, the Pure Land was conceived as a celestial paradise, a radiant realm of absolute purity, bliss, and light, where the awakened ones reside. It was the Eastern equivalent of heaven, a place far away from the dirt, the noise, and the corruption of this ordinary world. People believed that if they accumulated enough virtue, if they denied themselves natural pleasures and lived a life of strict asceticism, they would be rewarded with entry into the Pure Land after death. But Sekito, being a true master of Zen, did not validate this celestial geography. He did not give the monk a map to paradise. He simply responded with another devastating question. Who made you dirty? This is a magnificent blow. It immediately brings your attention back from the distant skies to your immediate present reality. Why are you searching for a pure land? It is because you are carrying a deep, unconscious feeling that you are somehow stained, defiled, and impure. You feel that this ordinary life is dirty, that your body is dirty, and that your consciousness is covered in filth. But Sekito asks you to find the person who successfully managed to pollute your inner being. Look into your interiority. Go past your thoughts, past your emotions, past your memories, and reach the very center of your awareness. Can you find any dirt there? can you find any stain on the mirror of your pure witnessing? No, the mirror is absolutely pristine. A mirror can reflect a pile of garbage. It can reflect an ugly scene. It can reflect darkness, but the mirror itself does not become garbage. The mirror remains completely unaffected by what passes in front of it. Your essential consciousness is that very mirror. Society has told you that you are dirty because you feel anger, because you feel sexuality, because you experience greed. They have labeled your natural biological instincts as sins, and by accepting those labels, you have created a false sense of defilement inside yourself. But these natural energies are just passing clouds in the sky of your awareness. A dark cloud does not make the sky dirty. A thunderbolt does not leave a scar on the empty space. You have always been pure. You are pure in this very moment, and you will remain pure for all eternity. The Pure Land is not a geographic location in the afterlife. It is the realization of your own unpolluted inner space right here and now. The monk, still struggling to find an intellectual foothold, asked his third and final question: what is nirvana? Nirvana is the ultimate goal of all Eastern spirituality. It literally means the blowing out of a candle. It is the absolute cessation of the wheel of birth and death, the total dissolution of the separate ego into the infinite ocean of cosmic existence. It is a state of absolute peace, where all desires have dropped away and only pure, unadulterated bliss remains. It is the final home of the soul. But look at how Sekito handles this ultimate spiritual concept. He looks at the monk and replies, "Who gave you birth and death?" With this single sentence, Sekito exposes the illusory nature of the entire problem. You are asking about nirvana because you want to escape from the painful cycle of birth and death. You are afraid of dying. You are exhausted by living in a state of constant insecurity, and you want a final guarantee of eternal rest. But Sekito is telling you that birth and death themselves are nothing but fictions of the mind. Your body is born and your body will die. Your personality, your name, your social status, your false masks, they all have a beginning and they will all have an end. But you are not the body. And you are not the mind. You are the eternal light that animates the body. You are the silent watcher that observes the mind. That which was never born can never die. How can you ask for liberation from a death that is never going to happen to you? How can you seek an escape from a birth that was merely a change of clothing for your eternal soul? You have identified yourself so deeply with the mechanical vessel that you have completely forgotten the pilot. You think that when the ship sinks, the pilot dies. This is the root of your entire anxiety. To understand how you perpetuate this illusion of birth and death through your own mind, you must look at the exact scientific dynamics of human desire. There is a beautiful, infallible experiment that you can practice tonight when you go to bed. When you lie down to sleep, keep your body completely relaxed and still. Wait patiently for that exact, fragile moment when you are crossing the borderline between waking consciousness and deep sleep. It is a very subtle boundary, a shifting of gears inside your brain. Just as you feel yourself sliding into the unconscious realm of sleep, begin to repeat a single word or a number inside your mind. For example, simply repeat the number 111 with total awareness. Keep your attention focused on that single word as the darkness takes over. You will find that you can repeat it 2 or 3 times as you cross the threshold, and then you will fall into a deep, silent slumber. Now, pay close attention to what happens in the morning. The very first second you wake up, the exact moment awareness returns to your body, before you even open your eyes, you will be surprised to find that your mind is repeating 1, 1, 1. It is an absolute guarantee. The last thought you hold before you fall into the unconsciousness of sleep inevitably becomes the very first thought that surfaces when you wake up. The chain remains unbroken throughout the entire 8 hours of your slumber. This small daily phenomenon is the key to understanding the grand mystery of reincarnation. What you call death is nothing but a slightly deeper, more prolonged version of sleep. When a man dies, his body stops functioning, and his conscious mind slips into a deep slumber. But the unconscious storage of his unfulfilled desires, his unfinished ambitions, his longings, and his frustrations remains completely intact. The very last desire that a man holds at the moment of his death, the last thought that flashes through his awareness as he takes his final breath, becomes the blueprints, the magnetic force that draws his soul into a new womb. If you die with a deep burning desire to become powerful, to accumulate more wealth, or to seek revenge, that specific unfulfilled longing becomes the first thought that wakes up in your next life. It creates a powerful, irresistible attraction that pulls your consciousness into a specific physical vessel, a matching womb that can provide the conditions for that desire to be played out. Nobody is forcing you into a new body. No judgmental God is sitting with a ledger, calculating your sins and deciding which family you should be born into. It is your own tight fist of desire that manufactures your next birth. You are the architect of your own imprisonment. The moment you understand this mechanism, the whole concept of nirvana changes completely. Nirvana is not a reward given to you by a happy deity for being a good boy or a good girl. Nirvana simply means dying with an easy heart, dying in a state of absolute meditative relaxation, totally free from any desires, ambitions, or attachments. If you can live your life so totally, so beautifully, and so intensely in the present moment that you have no complaints, no regrets, and no longing for a tomorrow, then at the moment of death, your mind will be completely empty and silent. There will be no last thought, no lingering desire to act as an anchor to pull you back into another physical body. You will not enter another womb because there is no hunger left in you to be filled by a material existence. Your separate, tiny wave will simply melt back into the vast, infinite ocean of cosmic consciousness. You will disappear as an individual person, and you will become the whole universe itself. This absolute disappearance into the source is what Zen calls the ultimate truth. It is a state of supreme freedom, but it is impossible to reach as long as you are clinging to the fiction of a God who controls your fate. God is the ultimate projection of a mind that is terrified of taking responsibility for its own desires. By throwing all the blame on God, you keep your eyes closed to the factory of misery that you are running inside your own head. You go on desiring, you go on competing, you go on hoarding, and then you pray to God to save you from the natural consequences of your own actions. It is a completely fraudulent way of living. Look at the traditional moralists and the self-styled saints who dominate the religious landscape. They are the most unnatural, repressed, and neurotic human beings you can find. Because they are trying to force themselves into an artificial mold of holiness, they are in a state of constant, silent warfare with their own bodies. They fast for weeks, they deny themselves proper sleep, and they treat their natural physical instincts with absolute disgust. And what is the result of this self-torture? They do not become radiant Buddhas. They simply become physical and psychological monsters. I have seen so-called great Mahatmas in India who were worshipped by millions of blind followers simply because they had achieved a bizarre level of physical deformity through their religious practices. There was one very famous guru who was continuously lying down because his belly had become so massive, so enormously bloated from eating mountains of sweets brought by his devotees, that walking had become an absolute physical impossibility for him. He was a mountain of flesh, a complete freak of nature, and yet people fell at his feet because they thought his big belly was a sign of cosmic expansion. Another very famous doctor turned Mahatma used to preach that the ultimate spiritual virtue was to have no taste for food, to completely destroy the pleasure of eating. He practiced this philosophy so intensely that his own body became completely out of proportion. His legs looked like the legs of an elephant. His arms were heavy and immovable, and he could not even raise his own hand to bless his disciples without two assistants holding his arms up for him. It was a terrifying sight, an absolute insult to the beautiful, intelligent mechanism of the human body. And yet, this man was writing books telling the world that he was a realized soul because he had transcended the body. He had not transcended anything. He had simply destroyed his health through absolute stupidity. These people are not spiritual. They are deeply sick masochists who are using the name of God to justify their own self-hatred. They cannot tolerate a person who is happy, healthy, and natural, because your laughter exposes the grim, dark tragedy of their own repressed lives. True religiousness has nothing to do with this anti-nature madness. True religiousness is to recognize that this entire existence is overflowing with an intrinsic, multidimensional intelligence that is completely non-judgmental. Nature does not care about your artificial rules of holiness. The sun does not refuse to give its light to a sinner, and the rain does not fall only on the fields of the righteous. Existence accepts everything exactly as it is, because everything is an expression of its own organic life. Look at the modern scientific discoveries that are happening right now. For centuries, mystics have been saying that the trees are alive, that the mountains are sensitive, and that the entire earth is a conscious organism. But the intellectual scholars always laughed at these statements, calling them primitive, unscientific superstitions. But within the last few years, science has finally developed instruments sophisticated enough to detect the subtle, quiet heartbeat of nature. Scientists have attached highly sensitive cardiograms to trees, devices, exactly like the ones used to monitor the human heart, to see how a tree responds to its environment. The graphs generated by these instruments have revealed a deeply moving reality. When the sun rises in the morning and a cool breeze sways the branches, the tree experiences a deep sense of joy and relaxation. The graph is perfectly harmonious, balanced, and smooth. The tree is singing its silent song of gratitude to the sky. But suddenly, if a man approaches the forest with an axe in his hand, intending to cut down a branch, the needle on the cardiogram instantly goes wild. The graph becomes completely jagged, chaotic, and distorted. The tree experiences a profound wave of fear and anxiety, but here is the most shocking part of the experiment. The tree does not react to the physical sight of the axe. The scientists tried sending a man into the forest with a massive axe, but with absolutely no intention of harming the trees. He was just walking past them to do some other work. The needle remained perfectly still, and the graph stayed completely harmonious. The tree was not responding to the material object, it was responding directly to the human intention. It was reading the hidden thoughts, the violent desire of the gardener before he even raised his hand. This means that there is a deep, invisible field of telepathic consciousness that connects every living thing on this planet. The trees are constantly communicating with each other, sharing their feelings, their fears, and their celebrations. When one tree in a forest is wounded, all the neighboring trees immediately register the shock and send waves of sympathetic energy through their root systems to help heal the wound. We are living inside an ocean of absolute intelligence, and yet we behave like blind deaf mutes, completely isolated in our tiny egos. Look at the magnificent work being done by researchers with dolphins in the ocean. Dolphins possess a brain that is physically larger than a human brain, with a far more complex network of neurological pathways. They have lived in the oceans for millions of years without ever creating a war, without ever building a prison, and without ever inventing a single weapon of mass destruction. They live in a state of perpetual playfulness, absolute love, and profound joy. Scientists have discovered that dolphins possess a highly advanced language that operates beyond the range of human hearing, utilizing a sophisticated sonar wireless system. A dolphin can create a specific frequency of sound in the water that travels for miles through the dark depths of the ocean, reaching the exact individual it is addressed to without disturbing any other animal. It is a perfect, flawless naming and address system built entirely out of sound energy. They are deeply sensitive, loving creatures that will swim alongside a human being, playing and sharing their joy without any fear. The whole universe is alive with these unique, beautiful dimensions of intelligence, but because you have been taught to focus your mind entirely on a dead, fictitious God in the sky, you miss the living divinity that is throbbing right in front of your eyes. You ignore the trees, you disregard the animals, you pollute the oceans, and then you sit in a dark room, moving your lips and begging an empty heaven to show you a miracle. The miracle is already happening all around you in every single moment. The sunrise is the miracle, the song of the bird is the miracle, and your very capacity to breathe and be aware in this moment is the greatest miracle in existence. But the human mind is so profoundly conditioned by logic and words that it prefers a beautiful, complicated lie over a simple, naked truth. We have become so addicted to our mental projections that we cannot function without a fixed schedule, a fixed formula, a belief system that tells us what to expect tomorrow. This addiction to the future is what makes you so completely vulnerable to exploitation by the priests and the politicians. They give you a schedule for paradise, a timetable for your salvation, and because you are terrified of the immediate reality of the present moment, you gladly accept their blueprints. It is exactly like the way people behave at a crowded railway station when the train is late. I spent a large part of my life traveling across India by train, and I had the opportunity to observe the ultimate absurdity of human behavior in those crowded waiting rooms. Once, I was stuck at a major railway junction, and the station officials announced that the train was 2 hours late. People immediately became anxious, looking at their watches, grumbling, and pacing up and down the platform. After 2 hours, I went back to the inquiry window, and the clerk casually informed me that the train was now another 4 hours late. I looked at him and said, "This is a very strange arithmetic. Those first 2 hours are completely gone, and the train should be standing on the platform right now. If it is now another 4 hours late, it means the train is actually moving backwards. How can a train move backwards away from its destination? If I come back here in 4 hours, will you tell me it is 12 hours late? You must answer me logically. What is happening to the train?" The poor clerk was in complete shock. He had no answer because my question was absolutely unassailable. He rushed to fetch the station master, who came out trembling and tried to calm me down. He said, "Sir, the train is not moving backwards, I assure you." I asked him, "Then why do you keep extending the time in pieces? Just tell me the truth." He whispered to me, "The truth is that we have absolutely no idea where the train is or how late it will be. But if we tell the passengers that the train is 12 hours late all at once, they will freak out, they will become violent, and they will destroy the station. So we give them hope in small, manageable pieces. 2 hours, then 4 hours, then 2 hours more. We keep them focused on the immediate future, so they don't look at the misery of their present situation. This is exactly how your organized religions have been operating for millennia. They know absolutely nothing about truth. They have no idea what lies beyond death, but they cannot tell you the truth because that would destroy their business. So they give you hope in small, beautifully wrapped packages. They tell you that if you suffer patiently today, tomorrow will be better. If you endure poverty in this life, you will be a king in the next life. If you obey the commandments now, you will enter paradise after death. The carrot is always hanging just a few inches in front of your eyes, and because you are running after the carrot, You never notice that the priest is riding on your back, driving you like a donkey. You must drop this entire psychological structure of comparison and expectation if you want to know what it means to truly live. Every idea of perfection is a dangerous trap that creates deep misery inside your soul. Look at the trees in the forest. The cypress tree grows tall, straight, and sharp, reaching 200 feet into the sky. Right next to it, a small rose bush grows close to the earth, producing delicate, soft red flowers that wither away in a single day. Have you ever seen the rose bush weeping because it cannot reach the stars? Have you ever heard the cypress tree complaining because it does not produce beautiful, fragrant red roses? No. There is an absolute, majestic silence between them because neither is comparing itself to the other. The rose bush is completely fulfilled in being a rose bush, and the cypress tree is utterly content in being a cypress tree. Comparison is a disease that belongs exclusively to the human mind. The moment you compare yourself to someone else, you enter a completely false, illusory space. If you see someone who is richer, more beautiful, or more intelligent than you, you immediately feel a wave of inferiority, jealousy, and anger. If you see someone who is poorer or weaker than you, your ego becomes inflated and you feel a false sense of superiority and pride. Both states are completely insane because they are based on the illusion that you are separate from existence. You are a unique manifestation of this universe. There is no need for you to become like anyone else, and there is no need for anyone else to become like you. You do not need to refine your image or create a better version of yourself to please a fictitious judge in the sky. You only need to discover your own authentic nature, your own intrinsic potential, and allow it to flower without any inhibition. This path of inner discovery is not a linear, gradual process. It is a series of sudden, unpredictable quantum leaps from darkness to light. There is a beautiful haiku written by an ancient Zen poet that captures the exact texture of this experience. Suddenly light, suddenly dark, I am a firefly too. When you watch a firefly moving through the pitch-black darkness of a summer night, you see a strange, magical phenomenon. As the tiny insect opens its wings, a bright, beautiful light flashes into existence, illuminating the immediate space around it. The next second, as it closes its wings, the light vanishes and there is absolute, deep darkness once again. Suddenly light, suddenly dark. The poet, sitting silently in the night and watching these tiny creatures, suddenly experienced a profound moment of alignment. He realized that his own inner life was exactly like that firefly. There are moments when you are completely trapped in the darkness of your mind, lost in your thoughts, your anxieties, your memories, and your ignorance. You stumble, you make mistakes, and you feel utterly disconnected from life. And then, suddenly, through a single moment of absolute relaxation, through a flash of pure witnessing, the wings of your consciousness open, and everything becomes clear, radiant, and transparent. In that single moment of light, your entire past of darkness disappears like a dream. Every Buddha, before he became awakened, was just as ignorant, just as confused, and just as miserable as you are. The only difference is that he managed to open his wings permanently, transforming the erratic flash of the firefly into a steady, eternal pillar of cosmic light. You possess that exact same capacity within you right now. The darkness of your past has no power to prevent the sudden explosion of your inner light. It does not matter if a cave has been dark for thousands of years. The moment you bring a single candle inside, the darkness does not say, "I have been here for millennia. I am not going to leave so easily." The darkness simply ceases to exist in an instant. Your awareness is that candle. The moment you turn your attention inwards and face your original face, your long history of suffering and ignorance is completely dissolved. As this light deepens within you, you make another monumental discovery. You realize that your inner center is not separate from the center of the universe. Imagine drawing a massive circle on the ground. On the vast circumference of that circle, you can place thousands of separate, distinct points. Each point looks completely independent, isolated, and distant from the others. But if you begin to draw a straight line from every single point on the circumference moving towards the exact center of the circle, a beautiful phenomenon begins to unfold. As those separate lines move inwards, they naturally start coming closer and closer to one another. The distance between them begins to shrink with every single inch of progress. And finally, when they reach the exact mathematical center of the circle, all the separate lines meet, merge, and disappear into one single indivisible point. This is the exact map of human consciousness. On the outer circumference of life, in your physical bodies, your names, your personalities, and your social roles, you are all completely different, separate, and unique. You are points on the circumference. And if you live your entire life only on the surface, you will always feel lonely, isolated, and terrified of the others. But the moment you practice meditation, the moment you begin the inner journey towards your own center, you are moving along that line towards the core. As you go deeper, you naturally come closer to the essence of all living things. And when you finally touch the absolute center of your being, you discover that your individual self has completely vanished. There is no separate identity left. There is only one single, vast, oceanic consciousness that animates the entire universe. You are the tree, you are the river, you are the star, and you are the silent empty sky. There is no question of being an insider or an outsider anymore, because you are the total reality itself. This magnificent, boundless realization is your birthright, your ultimate destiny, and the only true meaning of freedom. To break through the dense layers of your mental conditioning, to systematically dissolve the false illusions of your self-created bondage, and to effectively tap into the inexhaustible reservoir of your original cosmic intelligence. You can read our profound inner guide, the Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode ebook, which you can access via the link in the description below. This unique blueprint is intentionally designed to act as a sharp Zen sword, cutting away the dead weight of your psychological armor and allowing your hidden inner splendor to burst forth into total reality. Let the realization of your eternal nature saturate every single cell of your body. Drop all your worries about right and wrong, about saints and sinners, and simply relax into the immaculate silence of this very moment. You are not an accident, you are not a slave, and you are not a sinner. You are a living Buddha, an eternal expression of this beautiful, intelligent cosmos. Walk through your life with absolute grace, laugh with total intensity, and celebrate your existence with an easy, unburdened heart, because the entire universe is dancing with you in this eternal now. You must understand that the path of Zen is completely effortless, because it is not about acquisition, it is about absolute realization. You do not have to travel anywhere to find the truth, because you are already standing on the very ground you are searching for. When you look outwards, your mind creates the relative world of objects, forms, and limitations. When you look inwards, the mind itself dissolves, leaving only a pure, transparent vacancy that is overflowing with peace. This vacancy is not a negative emptiness. It is a positive fullness, a state of deep, alive contentment that needs nothing from the outside to complete itself. A man who has touched this inner space is a true king, an emperor of his own consciousness, because his happiness can never be taken away from him by any outer event. If he is put in a palace, he is perfectly happy. If he is put in a prison, his inner silence remains absolutely undisturbed. He does not rely on the opinions of the crowd. He does not care about the judgments of the scholars. And he lives his life with a supreme, unshakable dignity. This is the new man, the fully awakened humanity that must be born on this earth if we want to save our beautiful planet from self-destruction. Be a pioneer of this new consciousness. Dare to stand alone in your freedom, completely unburdened by the lies of the past, and allow your inner Buddha to take full charge of your life. This inner vacancy, this pristine clarity of no mind, is not a state of isolation from the world, but the very bridge that connects you to the deep, silent rhythms of the cosmos. When you walk out of the prison of your thoughts, you do not become a ghost. For the first time, you become truly alive, navigating existence with a supreme, unshakable ease that requires no external validation. The mind is constantly terrified of this emptiness because it thrives on boundaries, on names, on definitions, and on the structural security of knowing exactly where one thing ends and another begins. It wants to label everything it encounters, creating an artificial map that divides the seamless reality of life into neat, separate boxes. But existence knows absolutely nothing about your labels or your divisions. It is a continuous, undivided flow, an interconnected tapestry where the dark and the bright, the hot and the cold, the living and the dying are not enemies fighting for dominance, but partners dancing in a grand cosmic harmony. When you look at the sunset, you do not see a division between the light and the dark. You see a magnificent, gentle melting where the day slowly, gracefully surrenders itself into the soft womb of the night. Understand this beautiful statement of Sekito. The dark makes all things one, while the brightness makes all things different. This is a profound, psychological, and spiritual insight that goes directly to the heart of your daily struggles. In the daytime, under the bright glare of the sun, everything appears distinct, separate, and isolated. You see a tree here, a rock there, a house in the distance, and a human being walking down the road. The light exposes the forms, the contours, the colors, and the differences, making your mind focus entirely on the variety of the circumference. Because you see only the differences, your ego feels safe. It can define itself in opposition to everything else. It can say, I am this and I am not that. But when the night descends, when the deep, velvety darkness covers the earth, all these separate forms suddenly lose their sharp boundaries. The tree disappears into the darkness, the rock dissolves into the shadow, the house becomes one with the landscape, and the human being is engulfed by the infinite silence of the night. The darkness takes away the variety and reveals the underlying, foundational oneness of existence. It makes all things one. This is precisely why modern humanity is so deeply terrified of darkness and silence. You have built a civilization out of artificial lights and constant noise because you are terrified of the oneness that darkness represents. You do not want your separate identity to dissolve. You want to keep your tiny ego alive at any cost. So you keep the lights burning, you keep the television blaring, you keep the music playing, and you fill every single moment of your life with trivial, superficial distractions. You are running away from the night because the night is a mirror of your own inner aloneness. But the mystics have always loved the darkness. They have always chosen the silent hours of the night for their deepest meditations because they understood that the dark is not a negative absence of light, but a positive presence of the unmanifested cosmos. It is the very source from where all light is born, the infinite womb into which all stars eventually return for their eternal rest. When you close your eyes in meditation, you are intentionally stepping out of the bright, noisy world of differences and entering the sacred, silent darkness of your own interiority. In that inner darkness, a totally different kind of sight begins to operate. You stop looking at the forms and begin to feel the essence. You realize that your physical body, which looks so solid, so distinct, and so separate under the bright light of day, is actually a fluid, dynamic process that is continuously exchanging energy with the environment. It is made of the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water, and these elements are not your personal property. They are borrowed from the cosmic mother, and they are continuously flowing back to their nature. Just as a child naturally returns to the warmth of its mother's embrace, look at your breath. You think that you are breathing, but the truth is that existence is breathing through you. The air enters your lungs, delivers its life-giving oxygen to your blood, and then exits back into the vast sky, carrying away the waste. You cannot hold the breath inside for more than a few seconds. If you try to cling to it, if you say, "This breath is mine and I will not let it go," you will simply choke and die. The breath must remain a continuous, unhindered flow of giving and taking, a constant reminder that you are not an isolated island, but a wave in the cosmic atmosphere. The same is true for all the elements that constitute your physical reality. The water that flows through your veins, forming your blood, your tears, and your sweat, was once a cloud floating in the sky, once a river rushing towards the ocean, and once the rain falling on a distant mountain peak. The fire that keeps your body warm, providing the exact temperature required for your life forces to function, is a spark of the same solar energy that ripens the fruit on the tree and keeps the planets orbiting in the solar system. The earth that forms your flesh, your bones, and your muscles is made of the very soil you walk upon, a soil that has been recycled millions of times through countless generations of plants, animals, and human beings. Fire is hot, wind moves, water is wet, and earth is hard. Each element behaves according to its own independent nature, keeping its own place in the grand design. Yet they all come together in a magnificent, intelligent synthesis to create the temporary vessel of your body. They are separate leaves, but they all come from the same cosmic root. When you understand this organic unity, your entire relationship with your body undergoes a profound metamorphosis. You stop treating the body either as an enemy to be tortured through religious asceticism or as a mechanical toy to be exploited for superficial pleasures. You see it as a sacred temple, an exquisite, intelligent instrument through which the universe is experiencing itself. The eyes see, the ears hear, the nose smells, and the tongue tastes. One sensation is salt, another is sour, and each sense operates independently of the other, collecting its own unique flavor of reality. The eye cannot hear a song, and the ear cannot see a rose, yet they all deliver their treasures to the same silent center of your awareness. You are the host, and your senses are the windows through which you look out at the beautiful garden of existence. But the traditional moralists have taught you to close these windows, to lock the doors, and to live in a state of self-imposed blindness. They tell you that your senses are dangerous traps, that pleasure is a sin, and that if you enjoy the fragrance of a rose or the taste of delicious food, you are falling into materialism. This anti-life philosophy has crippled human consciousness for centuries, turning the world into a vast, gloomy hospital. The priests want you to be sick, they want you to feel guilty, and they want you to look upon your own natural body with absolute disgust, because a man who hates his own body can easily be manipulated into believing in an imaginary paradise after death. If you are thoroughly convinced that this material life is a curse, you will gladly surrender your freedom and your intelligence to anyone who promises you an escape. But Zen says that this life is the only paradise there is. There is no other world hidden behind the clouds, and there is no separate heaven waiting for you in the future. Heaven is not a geographical location. It is a way of looking at existence, a state of total, unburdened presence. When you look at the world without any comparison, without any judgment, and without any desire to change anything, every moment becomes an experience of absolute bliss. Look at the simple, exquisite beauty of a Zen haiku written by the master Basho. What happiness, crossing this summer river, sandals in hand. Think about the sheer simplicity of this statement. There is no grand philosophy here, no mention of God, no complicated theology, and no promise of salvation. It is just an ordinary man walking across a shallow river in the heat of summer, carrying his sandals in his hand, feeling the cool, refreshing touch of the water against his bare feet, and experiencing a joy so profound, so total, that it bursts forth into poetry. What happiness! The mind always asks for a massive, dramatic reason to be happy. It says, I will be happy when I win a lottery. I will be happy when I become famous. Or I will be happy when I find my perfect soulmate. But a happiness that depends on a cause is always a form of slavery because you are in constant fear of losing the cause. If your happiness is hidden in a woman, you become a slave to that woman. You become jealous, possessive, and dictatorial because her absence will plunge you back into your inner misery. You turn your love into a battlefield, destroying the very freedom and joy you were searching for. But the happiness that Basho is talking about is completely uncaused. It is the natural fragrance of a mind that is fully relaxed into the present moment. He is not thinking about the past. He is not planning for the future, and he has no expectations from the river. He is simply there, fully present, fully alert, and fully alive. The cool water is touching his feet, the summer sun is warming his skin, and his heart is beating in perfect synchronization with the breath of the universe. That immediacy, that direct, unmediated contact with reality is the essence of meditation. You do not need to sit in a specific posture for hours. You do not need to repeat a dead mantra until your brain goes numb, and you do not need to torture your flesh to find the divine. You only need to open your senses, to drop your mental labels, and to allow yourself to be flooded by the immediate isness of things. Whether you are drinking a cup of tea, walking down the street, or looking at a flower, if you can do it with total awareness, without any inner talkie going on in your head, you are in a state of deep, authentic meditation. But the Western philosophers and the Eastern scholars have completely missed this simple door. They have turned the search for truth into a massive, complicated intellectual game, writing thousands of books and arguing endlessly about abstract concepts that have absolutely no relationship with life. They talk about the absolute, they talk about the relative, they talk about the nature of the soul, and they analyze the text of the scriptures word by word, like dissecting a dead corpse in a laboratory. But you cannot find the fragrance of a living flower by dissecting its petals under a microscope. The moment you pull the flower apart, the fragrance vanishes, leaving behind only dead matter. Scholarship is nothing but a cemetery of words, a heavy heap of borrowed knowledge that serves only to hide your deep inner ignorance from your own eyes. A man can know all the scriptures by heart. He can deliver brilliant lectures on theology, and he can win every intellectual debate in the world. But deep down, in the dark recesses of his soul, he remains as empty, as insecure, and as terrified of death as any ordinary, uneducated human being. Intellect is a great tool when dealing with objects, when building machines, when developing technology, and when organizing the material world. Science is a magnificent achievement of the outer mind. But when you turn that same intellect inward, when you try to use logic and rationality to comprehend the infinite mystery of your own consciousness, you are bound to fail. The intellect can only operate through division. It can only understand a thing by cutting it into pieces, by creating dualities, and by opposing one concept to another. It can talk about light only by contrasting it with darkness. It can define life only by comparing it with death. It cannot grasp a reality that transcends all dualities, a space where life and death are recognized as the two poles of the same singular energy. That is why Friedrich Nietzsche, despite his monumental genius, ended his life in absolute madness. He was a giant of the mind, running with immense speed towards the very boundary of human intellect. But because he knew absolutely nothing of the science of meditation, he did not know how to open the door and step out of the mind into the silent expanse of no mind. He crashed against the wall of his own logic, burning his brain in his own intellectual intensity. True wisdom is not the culmination of knowledge. It is the absolute drop of all knowledgeability. It is a return to a state of profound innocence, a clean, fresh childhood of the soul, where you stand before the mystery of existence with open eyes, without any theories, without any prejudices, and without any conclusions. Socrates was recognized as the wisest man in Greece because at the very peak of his intellectual maturity, he had the immense courage to state, "I know only one thing, that I know nothing." That confession of ignorance is the birth of true intelligence. It clears away the plastic flowers of borrowed beliefs and opens a massive vacuum inside your being, a clean, silent room into which the living truth can finally enter. When you drop your knowledge, you drop your past, you drop your conditioning, and you face the universe with a completely naked mind. Then you see that everything is interconnected, that there is no division between your inner space and the outer world, and that the same cosmic energy that moves the stars is throbbing inside your own heart. Look at how the ancient Zen masters communicated this non-dual reality to their disciples. They did not use long arguments or complicated definitions. They used sudden, unexpected gestures, shocking shocks that were designed to jar the disciple out of his intellectual dreams into the immediate reality of the present moment. When a seeker would walk up to a master and ask a deep philosophical question about the nature of the Absolute or the meaning of nirvana, the master might suddenly hit him with a staff, shout at him at the top of his voice, or simply point to a flower in the courtyard and remain absolutely silent. To a logical mind, this behavior looks completely insane, erratic, and absurd. But there was a profound, compassionate method in their madness. The master understood that the disciple's question was coming entirely from the mind, and that any verbal answer would only serve to feed the mind with more words, more concepts, and more illusions. By hitting the disciple, by shouting at him, or by creating a sudden explosion of unpredictable energy, the master was forcefully cutting the chain of his thoughts, shocking his awareness back into the immediate, physical reality of the now. In that single moment of shock, the talkie inside the disciple's head would come to a sudden, dead stop, leaving behind a brief, crystalline gap of absolute silence. And if the disciple was ripe, if he was standing right on the edge of the threshold, that tiny gap of silence would suddenly expand, triggering a total transformation, a magnificent awakening that would change his life forever. This immediate, sudden enlightenment is the unique gift of Zen to human consciousness. It does not believe in a slow, gradual progress, because a gradual path implies that you are moving along a timeline, going from today to tomorrow, from this life to the next life, chasing a goal that sits in the future. But the truth is not in the future. It is already here, fully present, waiting for you to stop running. You cannot travel towards a place where you already are. Every effort to reach the truth is taking you away from it, because the effort creates a direction, a distance, and a focus on a distant destination, while all that is required is for you to collapse right into yourself, to relax completely into your own immediate isness. You are already a Buddha. You have always been a Buddha, and you can never be anything else, because your essential consciousness is an inseparable part of the divine intelligence of the universe. Your only problem is that you have fallen fast asleep, dreaming that you are a poor, miserable sinner, and you are trying hard to find a way out of a nightmare that has no substantive reality. You do not need a savior to rescue you from your dream. You only need to open your eyes and wake up. Think about the immense freedom of this realization. It completely removes the need for any external authority, any priesthood, and any institutionalized religion. You stop being a sheep looking for a shepherd. You become a master of your own destiny, standing firmly on your own feet with absolute dignity and honor. You do not owe anything to anyone. You do not need a certificate of holiness from a church or a pope, and you do not have to live in fear of an angry, jealous judge in the sky. You are the ultimate evolution of existence, a beautiful, unique flowering of consciousness, and your only responsibility is to live your life with total intensity, total love, and total awareness. When you live in this way, your every action becomes a grace. Your every word carries a fragrance of the beyond, and your very presence becomes a benediction to everyone who encounters you. You do not decide to do good. Your inner light simply overflows into the world, wiping away darkness wherever you walk. But to allow this inner light to surface, you must first have the courage to face your own inner emptiness without any fear, without any labels, and without any desire to escape. When you clear away the old fictions of God, heaven, and hell, you are left in a state of profound aloneness. This aloneness is not a state of loneliness or isolation. It is the very health of the soul. Loneliness means you are missing the other. Aloneness means you have finally found yourself. It is the discovery of your own independent individual center, a center that is completely self-sufficient, requiring nothing from the outside to complete its bliss. When you are centered in your aloneness, you are like a deep, ancient mountain that stands unmoved by the passing storms, completely anchored in its own majestic presence. You look at the changing seasons of life, the joys and the sorrows, the successes and the failures, the health and the sickness as passing clouds in the sky of your awareness. You witness them all with a calm, serene smile, knowing that you are the eternal sky, untouched, unblemished, and forever free. To help you navigate this inner landscape, to systematically dismantle the deeply rooted psychological conditionings of the mind, and to effectively step into the absolute authority of your own sovereign presence, you can explore our profound, transformative digital handbook, the Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode ebook, available right now through the link in the description below. This exquisite manual is specifically structured to serve as a practical blueprint for the modern seeker, helping you to channel your life forces away from external distractions and focus them directly onto the cultivation of your own radiant witnessing. Let the ancient dust of guilt and fear fall away from your eyes in this very moment. You do not have to wait for a tomorrow. You do not have to prepare for a future life. And you do not have to prove anything to anyone. Simply relax into the boundless expanse of this eternal now. Allow your breath to connect you to the organic harmony of nature, and celebrate your life with an easy, unburdened heart, because you are the ultimate truth, and the entire cosmos is rejoicing in your presence. This profound realization of your inner space, this total dismantling of the psychological mechanisms of the mind, brings you face to face with the ultimate question of responsibility. When you step out of the comforting illusions of a grandfatherly figure sitting in the skies, you are left completely on your own 2 feet, looking into the vast, infinite mirror of existence. The traditional mind feels a terrifying wave of insecurity in this moment because it has been programmed for thousands of years to live under the protective shadow of an external authority. To understand why it is so difficult for human beings to drop this sick fantasy of a cosmic ruler, you must look closely at the historical and psychological evolution of human society. In the primitive, tribal states of human existence, before the concepts of private property, national boundaries, and institutionalized families were invented, human beings lived in direct, unmediated communion with nature. They were nomadic, moving freely across the face of the earth, following the natural migration of animals and the changing cycles of the seasons. They had no personal land to defend, no bank accounts to protect, and no heavy structures of domestic imprisonment, because primitive humans lived completely exposed to the elements. Their sensitivity to the alive currents of nature was immense. They could hear the silent whispers of the trees. They could feel the vibrant life force surging through the rushing rivers, and they looked at the majestic mountains, the sun, the moon, and the stars as alive, conscious companions in their journey. They had no holy scriptures, no formal priesthood, and no complicated theological definitions of a singular, personalized deity. Their religiousness was an organic expression of pure gratitude. When they bowed down to a massive oak tree or paid reverence to a roaring ocean wave, they were not practicing a superstition. They were simply acknowledging their deep, interconnected relationship with a living cosmos. They understood that they were a small, intrinsic part of a grand, intelligent ecology. This primitive world was fundamentally matriarchal because the mother was the visible, certain source of life, comfort, and nourishment. The father figure had not yet arrived on the scene of human consciousness because relationships were free, tribal, and unmapped by laws or property rights. But a massive structural shift occurred when humanity transitioned from hunting and gathering to cultivation and settled agriculture. The moment human beings began to claim a specific piece of land as their own, building walls, clearing fields, and hoarding surplus grain, the concept of private property was born. And with the rise of private property, the entire psychological climate of human society underwent a dark, fundamental distortion. The stronger, more violent individuals managed to conquer vast territories, reducing the weaker members of the community to laborers, servants, and slaves. Those successful ancient criminals eventually turned themselves into your kings, your lords, your counts, and your absolute rulers, creating legal and moral systems designed entirely to protect their stolen wealth and maintain their position of dominance. But to ensure that this private property could be passed down securely through generations to their bloodline, the men needed absolute certainty about who their children were. Under the old, free tribal system, such certainty was impossible. Therefore, the institution of the family was invented as a defensive economic fortress. And with it, the woman was systematically stripped of her independence, her freedom, and her spiritual dignity. She was transformed into a piece of domestic property, locked inside the house, and reduced to a biological factory whose sole purpose was to reproduce legitimate heirs for the master of the estate. This was the exact moment when the patriarchal father figure emerged as the dominant force in human psychology. The child was born into a world where the father was the absolute lord of the household, the controller of the wealth, the dispenser of punishments, and the ultimate protector against outer dangers. From your very first breath, your biological programming became deeply intertwined with the presence of this strong, protective father. In your childhood eyes, your dad appeared omnipotent, omniscient, and all-powerful. You can watch small children playing in the street today, continuously arguing and bragging about the supreme power of their parents. One child will shout that his dad is the smartest man in the world. Another will claim that his dad can beat up anyone in the neighborhood, and a third will insist that his dad has enough money to buy the entire town. To a tiny child, the father is a giant who can repair the car, control the household, and defend the family against the terrifying unknown of the outer world. This psychological dependency becomes a foundational pillar of your unconscious mind, an emotional security blanket that you carry deep within your psyche as you grow into adulthood. But as the years pass and your intelligence matures, a painful, unsettling realization begins to dawn upon you. You start to see the frailties, the limitations, and the absolute vulnerability of your biological father. You see him getting old. You see his body becoming weak and sick, and you watch him tremble in front of his own boss at the office, wagging his invisible tail just to protect his job. You realize that this man, whom you thought was an all-powerful giant, is just an ordinary, fragile, frightened human being, stumbling through life in the exact same darkness as everyone else. And eventually, the day comes when your father takes his last breath and leaves you completely alone in front of the cold, unmerciful reality of old age and death. This creates a massive, agonizing, psychological vacuum inside your soul. Your childhood conditioning, which has been active from your very first breath, screams that you cannot survive without a protector, that you are too weak, too small, and too ignorant to face the immense, terrifying unknown of existence on your own, because you do not know how to meditate, because you have never been taught to go inwards to find your true center. You cannot tolerate this vast, empty vacuum inside your heart. Your mind instantly panics and rushes outwards to project a cosmic, supernatural substitute for your lost biological father. You look towards the empty sky and invent an eternal, immortal, all-powerful Heavenly Father who will never die, never get sick, and never abandon you. You transfer your childhood dependency from your physical father to this psychological fiction called God. You fall down on your knees, you beat your chest, and you cry out, Abba, just as a lost, terrified child screams for his parent in a crowded carnival. This is not true religion. This is absolute childishness. It is a neurotic coping mechanism born out of a total refusal to grow up, a desperate attempt to maintain your childhood irresponsibility at any cost. By throwing the entire burden of your life onto this imaginary cosmic father, you preserve the illusion that you are safe, that you are being taken care of, and that someone else is running the factory of the universe. This deep psychological sickness manifests as an obsessive-compulsive need for rituals, superstitions, and external rules to soothe the underlying existential panic of the mind. I am reminded of a magnificent historical example involving one of the most brilliant intellectual giants of England, the famous lexicographer and writer Dr. Samuel Johnson. He was a master of language, a man of monumental intellect, capable of analyzing complex philosophical concepts with absolute precision. Yet, despite his massive brain, he was a victim of an extraordinary, deeply rooted psychological neurosis. Whenever Dr. Johnson went for his morning walk through the streets of London, he had an uncontrollable, obsessive habit. He had to touch every single lamppost that he passed along the sidewalk. If he was deep in conversation with a friend and accidentally walked past a lamppost without touching it, an unbearable wave of anxiety would instantly boil up inside his mind. He would completely lose his train of thought. His body would start to tremble, and he would have to stop the conversation, turn around, walk back several yards, touch the forgotten post with his hand, and only then could he recover his composure and continue his walk. To an outside spectator, this behavior looks completely absurd, irrational, and crazy. But if you look closely at your own life, you will find that your religious prayers, your church services, your temple rituals, and your moral disciplines are driven by the exact same psychological dynamic as Dr. Johnson's lampposts. You have invented 1,000 artificial gestures, 1,000 ways of kneeling, chanting, and bowing down to inanimate objects. Because your mind is terrified that if you miss a single ritual, if you violate a single commandment of your fictitious God, the protective shield will vanish, and you will be left utterly exposed to the unmerciful judgments of existence. Your rituals are nothing but an expression of deep, unconscious fear. They are a plastic, mechanical insurance policy designed to keep your inner panic manageable, allowing you to survive from one day to the next without looking directly into the empty abyss of your own ignorance. I observed this exact same neurosis throughout my life in India, a country that has become a vast, suffocating graveyard of dead superstitions and empty rituals. For many years, I used to go for a morning walk at around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when the streets were completely silent, the air was pristine, and the last remaining star was slowly dissolving into the dawn. An old, retired professor of mathematics discovered my routine and asked if he could join me on my walks. He was a highly educated man, a scholar who had spent his entire life teaching the precise, rational science of mathematics. Yet, as we walked together through the quiet streets of the city, I noticed that he carried a bizarre, deeply ingrained habit. Every few hundred yards, whenever we passed a tree or a rock that had been smeared with red paint, he would instantly stop, take off his shoes, fold his hands, and bow down in deep, solemn reverence. In India, The British government had constructed long highways through the rural areas, and they had painted all the milestones red, because red is the sharpest color, visible from a vast distance through the dust and the fog. The simple, illiterate villagers, walking down the road and seeing these red painted stones, immediately jumped to the conclusion that these were sacred manifestations of Hanuman, the ancient monkey god. They began to place flowers and break coconuts at the base of the milestones, turning a mundane marker of traffic distance into an object of divine worship. And here was a retired professor of mathematics, a man who understood the rational laws of science, bowing down to a British milestone by the side of the road with the exact same blind, unthinking superstition as an illiterate peasant. I stopped him in the middle of his prayer and said, "Look at what you are doing. You are a scholar of mathematics, yet your mind is so utterly crippled by fear and tradition that you are bowing down to a dead piece of rock painted red by a government worker. You are completely missing the living miracle that is unfolding all around you in this very moment. You do not notice the beautiful fragrance of the early morning air. You do not hear the exquisite symphony of the birds waking up in the branches, and you completely ignore the silent grandeur of that last morning star dissolving into the empty sky. Your eyes are fixed on a dead superstition, while the living truth is dancing right in front of your face." But he looked at me with an expression of deep embarrassment and said, "I know intellectually that it is just a stone. I know it is completely irrational, but my mind whispers, what is the harm? If the monkey god does not exist, I have only wasted a few seconds of my time. But if he does exist, and I pass by without bowing down, he might become angry and destroy my health or my family. It is better not to take any risks. This is the absolute degradation of human intelligence. Your so-called faith is nothing but a calculated, cowardly bet against your own fear. You do not love truth, you do not experience the divine, and you have no relationship with existence. You are simply gambling with fictions because your ego is too terrified to stand naked in its own aloneness. This absolute blindness is not confined to the uneducated masses or the retired professors. It forms the very foundation of the unawakened human ego, particularly in the arenas of power, politics, and worldly ambition. The unawakened ego is essentially an empty, hollow shell, a profound state of inner poverty that continuously screams for outer recognition, wealth, and status to hide its own insignificance from the world. I am reminded of an extraordinary historical event that took place in New Delhi during the early years of India's independence, which was related to me directly by UN. Debar, who was at that time the president of the ruling Congress party. He was a simple, authentic man who had accidentally been chosen for that high political position because he was polite, non-assertive, and perfectly willing to say yes to whatever the Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, demanded. Nehru was a towering, charismatic leader, an absolute dictator within his own cabinet, and he needed a compliant yes man to run the party organization so that his personal authority would remain unchallenged. While I was staying as a guest in Debar's house in New Delhi, we spent many hours gossiping about the bizarre psychology of the top political leaders of the country. He told me a hilarious yet deeply tragic story about Maulana Azad, who was at that time the Education Minister of India. Maulana Azad was a profound scholar of traditional Arabic and Persian literature, a man of massive academic knowledge, but his ego was completely inflated by his political position. It happened that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had to leave India for a few weeks to attend a major conference of the Commonwealth nations in London. Because Maulana Azad was technically the second most senior minister in the cabinet, a position given to him primarily to satisfy the massive Mohammedan population of the country, he instantly jumped to the conclusion that during Nehru's absence, he was the acting Prime Minister of India. Now, according to the constitution of the country, there was absolutely no such position as an acting Prime Minister. The Prime Minister remains the Prime Minister wherever he is on the globe. But Maulana Azad's unawakened, power-hungry ego could not resist the temptation of high drama. The very morning Nehru left the country, Azad phoned the Prime Minister's private chauffeur and demanded, "Bring Jawaharlal's official limousine to my house immediately. While he's away in London, I am the supreme ruler of this country, and I must travel with full dignity." He placed the official prime ministerial flag on the hood of the car, and he drove through the crowded streets of New Delhi surrounded by a massive convoy of police motorbikes, 2 motorbikes roaring ahead, 2 motorbikes riding on the sides, and 2 motorbikes trailing behind, making a spectacular, ridiculous show of absolute authority. When he arrived at the Parliament building, the entire assembly of politicians broke into hysterical laughter because they could see the sheer, childish megalomania of the man. He was parading around like a king, wearing a false crown that did not belong to him, completely unaware of his own absurdity. The situation became so embarrassing and unconstitutional that Nehru had to place an urgent transatlantic phone call from London, explicitly ordering Azad, "Stop this stupid nonsense immediately. You are making a complete laughing stock of the entire government. Remove my flag from your car, send the limousine back to my garage, and go back to your office." This is the ultimate tragedy of the unawakened human ego. It is always hungry for an outer stage, always begging for a crown, always pretending to be something vast and powerful because deep down it feels utterly small, empty, and meaningless. The politician wants to rule over millions of people because he has completely failed to become the master of his own inner space. He wants his name to be written in the history books because he is terrified that if he is forgotten, his existence will lose all its validity. But whether you are a politician parading in a stolen limousine, a priest claiming to be the exclusive representative of a heavenly Father, or a scholar hoarding millions of dead words from ancient scriptures, you are all playing the exact same fraudulent game. You are trying to cover up your inner vacuum with outer junk. You are running away from the immediate reality of the present moment into an imaginary future of power, wealth, and salvation. This brings us back to the ultimate philosophical fallacy that has trapped the human mind for generations, the illusion of the absolute. When philosophers and theologians look at this outer world, they see that everything is relative. Everything is in a constant state of flux, and nothing remains stable for a single moment. The child becomes a youth, the youth becomes old, and the old man disappears into the grave. The seasons change, the stars move, and the entire material universe is a continuous river of becoming. Because the mind is deeply terrified of change, because it craves a permanent, unshakable security blanket, it creates a logical reaction to this relative world. It invents the concept of an unchanging, absolute, permanent reality that sits beyond the flux of time. They call this concept the absolute or the ultimate God. They say that while the world changes, God remains exactly the same forever, from eternity to eternity, without a single shadow of turning. But I say unto you, a truth that never changes is a dead truth. Any reality that is completely frozen, completely static, and completely unchanging cannot be alive. Life is an ongoing movement, a continuous stream of fresh creativity, an unpredictable dance that never comes to a final full stop. If your God is absolutely unchanging, then he must be the most dead thing in existence. How will you differentiate between a dead God and a living God if neither of them is capable of movement, growth, or transformation? The very word perfection is a dangerous anti-life concept invented by the mind. Perfection means a dead end. The moment a flower achieves absolute perfection, it has nowhere left to go. It cannot grow any further. It cannot evolve any deeper. And its only remaining destiny is to wither away and die. The universe is beautiful precisely because it is imperfect, because it is an open-ended pilgrimage that never arrives at a permanent full stop. The journey is infinite, the horizons are endless, and the cosmic dance goes on and on, opening new skies beyond skies for all eternity. True enlightenment has nothing to do with achieving a static, frozen state of perfection where you sit on a marble pedestal like a statue for the rest of time. Enlightenment is the absolute realization of your oneness with this endless cosmic flux. It is the sudden drop of all your desires for stability, permanence, and security. You look at the changing river of life. You look at your own body, your own mind, and your own emotions, and you completely let go of your need to hold on to anything. You become like a dry leaf floating down a mountain stream, moving wherever the water takes you, without any resistance, without any struggle, and with an easy, unburdened heart. You realize that you are the river itself, and therefore there is no one separate from life who can be drowned or saved. This was the exact texture of the experience that transformed Gautam Buddha at the moment of his supreme awakening. For 6 years, he had been torturing his body in the forests, fasting until he was reduced to a mere skeleton, making a tremendous, aggressive effort to find the truth through willpower and discipline. But he found nothing but exhaustion, weakness, and deep frustration. Finally, on a full moon night, he realized the absolute futility of all human effort. He dropped his asceticism, he dropped his search, he dropped his desires for salvation, and he simply lay down under a Bodhi tree, completely relaxed, without any tomorrow, without any expectations, and with an easy heart. He slept a deep, dreamless sleep, and when he opened his eyes in the early morning, around 4 o'clock, the darkness was slowly fading away, and the last morning star was shimmering on the horizon. He did not make an effort to meditate, he did not repeat a mantra, and he did not project any visualization. He simply watched the last star with absolute, passive awareness. And as that morning star slowly, gracefully dissolved into the vast, blue emptiness of the sky, something inside Gautam Buddha dissolved with it. His separate ego, his personal identity, his historical past, and his long-cherished desire to find the truth completely vanished into the void. There was no longer a seeker separate from the universe. The outer sky of empty space met the inner sky of pure, silent consciousness. And in that magnificent meeting, a Buddha was born. He realized that he had never lost anything, that he had always been home, and that his entire journey of struggle was nothing but a dream. This is the lion's roar of Zen that has been echoing through the generations, from the ancient mountains of India to the monasteries of China and Japan, shaking the mouths of the people with a terrifying, liberating truth. You do not need a God to give you a purpose. You do not need a priest to grant you a certificate of holiness. And you do not need a scripture to map out your morality. All those structures are plastic covers designed to keep you asleep, dependent, and easily manipulated. Drop the covers. Have the immense courage to look into your own inner vacuum, to face your own pristine aloneness without any fear. When you sink past your thoughts and your judgments, when you settle firmly into the silent center of your pure witnessing, you will find that you are the very salt of the earth, the very light of the cosmos. You will realize that you are independent yet related, a unique wave that carries the entire depth of the ocean within its form. Your life will cease to be a miserable, schizophrenic battle against your own nature. It will become an overflowing ceremony of love, compassion, and boundless celebration. This deep inner transformation from a state of searching to a state of simple, unconditioned presence is the real borderline between the old mechanical humanity and the new awakened human being. The mind is an absolute opportunist. The moment you tell it that God is a fiction, that fictions cannot give you nourishment, it immediately tries to turn meditation itself into a new commodity, a new goal to be achieved, a new project for the ambitious ego to conquer. You must be deeply alert to this hidden trap of spiritual ambition. The ambitious mind operates exactly the same way, whether it is chasing money, political power, social status, or spiritual enlightenment. The target changes, but the mechanical loop remains completely untouched. The politician wants to conquer the outer world. The spiritual climber wants to conquer the inner world. Both are driven by the exact same feeling of inner poverty, the same deep-seated fear that without an outer trophy, their existence is completely worthless. But enlightenment is not a trophy. It is not something you can add to your personality to make yourself look grander, holier, or more special than the rest of humanity. Just the opposite. Enlightenment is the absolute evaporation of the person who wanted to be special. It is a state of profound, majestic nothingness, where you are so completely empty of the ego that you lose all definitions, all labels, and all boundaries. The mind always functions within the structure of a timeline, continuously projecting its targets into the tomorrow. It cannot breathe in the immediate present because the present moment is the absolute death of the mind. The mind is nothing but a collection of your past memories, your past conditionings, and your past experiences, combined with your future expectations, your future desires, and your future plans. It is always in motion. swinging back and forth like a pendulum between yesterday and tomorrow. If the pendulum comes to an absolute dead stop right in the center, the clock stops functioning. That central point, that absolute stillness, where there is no movement towards the past and no projection towards the future, is the dimension of the now. Zen is nothing but the art of living cleanly, intensely, and totally in this very moment, without carrying the heavy, dead weight of yesterday, and without borrowing the anxieties and the illusions of tomorrow. But look at how your entire society has been organized to prevent you from ever touching this immediate reality. From the very moment a child enters the school system, his attention is forcefully drawn away from the present and focused entirely on the future. The teacher tells the child, if you study hard today, you will pass your exams next year. If you pass your exams next year, you will get a high degree at the university. If you get a high degree at the university, you will get a prestigious job in a corporation. If you get a prestigious job, you will accumulate massive wealth, you will marry a beautiful partner, and you will live a life of absolute security and comfort in your old age. The child is continuously conditioned to sacrifice the living reality of his today for the sake of an imaginary, unpromised tomorrow. He is turned into a highly efficient, highly mechanical runner who is always looking ahead, always preparing for a destination that never arrives. By the time you become an adult, this running has become your absolute nature. You cannot sit silently in a room for even 10 minutes without your mind starting to boil with plans, worries, and endless inner chatter. Even when you are on a holiday, sitting on a beautiful beach and looking at a magnificent sunset, you are not truly there. Your body is resting on the sand, but your mind is back at the office, calculating your bank balance, planning your next business move, or worrying about what your neighbors are doing. You are looking at the sunset through a thick, heavy cloud of thoughts, definitions, and judgments, completely missing the living grandeur of the colors and the silence. And if the boredom becomes too much to bear, you pick up your telephone, you start scrolling through social media, or you take a photograph of the sunset to show the world that you are happy. You are more concerned with proving to others that you are enjoying your life than actually experiencing the life itself. This is a state of deep, structural hypnosis. You are living like a sleepwalker, a zombie who is beautifully dressed, highly educated, but completely dead to the immediate texture of existence. This addiction to the future is the very source of all human misery, all anxiety, and all existential dread. The mind is constantly creating an artificial division between what is and what should be. You are never satisfied with your current reality. You are always comparing it with an idealized, perfect fantasy that sits in your mind. If you are poor, you are miserable because you want to be rich. If you become rich, you are still miserable because you are terrified of losing your money, or because you find that your wealth cannot buy you the inner peace you were searching for. If you are alone, you suffer from loneliness and search desperately for a partner. If you find a partner, you suffer from a total loss of freedom, and your relationship turns into a silent prison of jealousy, nagging, and constant warfare. You are always living in a state of friction, always resisting the immediate truth of this moment, always hoping that tomorrow will bring the miracle that will save you. But I say unto you, tomorrow never comes. Have you ever encountered tomorrow? Whenever reality manifests, it always manifests as today, as this very moment, right here and now. The future is an absolute illusion, a mirage that looks like an oasis from a distance. But as you approach it, it vanishes into empty air. All your plans, all your expectations, and all your hopes are nothing but a sophisticated strategy of the mind to avoid the responsibility of being alive in this moment. You are using tomorrow as an opium to dull the pain of your present emptiness. And because you are always looking ahead, your entire life flows past you like a swift river. 70 or 80 years disappear in a flash, and you die without ever having lived for a single second. At the moment of death, you look back at your past, and you find nothing but a long gray chain of worries, ambitions, and frustrations. You find that you have been beautifully prepared to live your life, but you never actually found the time to begin. Zen demands that you step completely out of this timeline madness. It does not ask you to change your life. It asks you to change your depth. It tells you to collapse right into this moment, to drop all your desires for a better tomorrow, and to look directly into the absolute isness of your current reality. If you are sad, be totally sad. Do not try to escape from your sadness. Do not try to find a distraction, and do not pray to an external God to take it away from you. Just sit with your sadness. Feel its coldness, its heavy texture, and become a silent, passive witness to the movement of the cloud. The moment you stop resisting your sadness, the moment you allow it to be there without any judgment, without any condemnation, a miracle happens. The friction vanishes. The sadness ceases to be a painful enemy and becomes a beautiful, quiet twilight within your soul. And as you witness it with absolute clarity, you realize that you are not the sadness. You are the awareness that is observing the sadness. The cloud is passing through the sky, but you are the infinite, empty sky itself. This state of pure witnessing is the ultimate secret of human freedom, but it is impossible to realize as long as you are living as a mechanical robot, a byproduct of social utility. Look at what your modern education, your corporate structures, and your political systems have done to the human soul. They do not want you to be an individual. They want you to be a highly efficient component in a vast industrial machine. They do not want you to have a spontaneous, alive consciousness, because a conscious man cannot be easily controlled, cannot be driven into a crowded church, and cannot be forced to go to war to kill other human beings in the name of a nation or an ideology. A conscious man is inherently a rebel. He functions according to his own inner light, his own intrinsic intelligence, and his own spontaneous compassion. Therefore, the primary goal of every society is to systematically murder your consciousness as early as possible, leaving behind a highly sophisticated, highly programmable robot that behaves nicely, obeys the laws, and works hard to generate profit for the vested interests. You have been turned into a computer that is loaded with dead information, dead moralities, and dead traditions. Your brain is a magnificent cosmic computer, but it has been completely hijacked by external programmers. When a situation arises in your life, you do not respond to it from your own raw, innocent intelligence. You consult the program inside your head. You ask what the scriptures say, what your parents taught you, what the social laws dictate, or what is considered respectable by the crowd. Your action is nothing but a calculated, mechanical reaction to the situation, an output generated by an old program. This is why human life has become so utterly boring, so predictable, and so devoid of any true creativity or fresh joy. You are just repeating the same old scripts that have been played out by billions of sleepwalkers for thousands of years. You are a copy of a copy of a copy, completely divorced from your own original face. Look at your moral box systems. Society tells you that this is good and that is bad, that this is virtue and that is sin. And you accept these definitions blindly, without ever questioning who made these rules and what authority they have to dictate your life forces. What society calls a good man is nothing but a perfectly adjusted slave, a man who has completely suppressed his natural instincts, his wildness, his laughter, and his sexuality to conform to an artificial mold of holiness. He is polite, he is respectable, and he never creates any trouble for the establishment. But deep within his unconscious mind, he is a boiling volcano of absolute perversion, hatred, and frustration. Because he has denied his own nature, he hates those who are alive those who are dancing, and those who are free. He becomes a moral policeman, a bitter, judgmental critic who is always looking for a sin in others so that he can feel a false sense of superiority and pride. Zen shatters these moral boxes completely. It does not give you a new list of commandments. It brings a total transcendence of all dualities. In the eyes of an awakened master, there is no good and there is no bad. There is only awareness and unawareness. An action that comes out of deep unawareness, out of a mechanical reaction of the mind, is what can be called evil, because it creates friction, it creates harm, and it deepens your internal split. An action that arises out of absolute awareness, out of the silent, peaceful center of your pure witnessing, is inherently good, because it carries a fragrance of spontaneous love, absolute harmony, and total compassion. You do not need to think about what is moral. You only need to grow your awareness. When you are fully awake, when you look at the world with a clear, mirror-like mind, you simply cannot do anything that hurts life. It is an absolute impossibility, just as it is impossible for a man with fully functioning eyes to continuously stumble against the furniture or walk straight into a wall. This transcendence of dualities is what allows a Zen master to live with a supreme, majestic ease that looks completely shocking to the traditional moralists. A master does not force himself to be humble. He does not practice being kind. He does not struggle to maintain a character. He simply lives his life moment to moment, responding to whatever encounters him with total spontaneity and absolute innocence. If a situation requires him to be fierce, he is fierce like a thunderbolt, but without any personal anger, without any trace of a lingering ego. The moment the situation passes, his fierceness vanishes completely, leaving behind a surface as calm and undisturbed as the empty sky. If a situation requires him to be soft, he is softer than a rose petal, overflowing with a gentle, unconditional warmth that asks for nothing in return. He has no fixed character, no predictable pattern of behavior, because he does not live according to a program. He is an organic flow, a continuous river of creativity that changes its shape according to the terrain it passes through. This organic living is what distinguishes true religiousness from the God-oriented moralities of the priests. The priest wants you to be predictable, because a predictable man is a manageable man. He gives you a rigid code of conduct, a static blueprint for your behavior, and he forces you to monitor yourself continuously through the mechanism of guilt. Whenever your natural energy moves against the code, You feel a deep wave of criminality, and that guilt forces you to run back to the temple to beg for forgiveness from an imaginary judge. You are kept in a state of perpetual childhood, a dependency on the external authority that destroys your dignity and your sovereign power. But Zen returns your crown to you. He tells you that you are your own master, that you are responsible for your own life forces, and that there is no judge outside your own consciousness. It demands that you grow out of your psychological childhood, drop your dependency on fictions, and stand naked in your own magnificent aloneness. To step into this aloneness, you must completely clear your inner space of all borrowed knowledge, all scholarship, and all intellectual pretensions. Knowledgeability is the greatest barrier to your spiritual awakening because it creates a false illusion that you know the truth when all you have is a collection of words, labels, and definitions. A scholar reads the scriptures, memorizes the ancient texts, analyzes the definitions of nirvana and enlightenment, and begins to believe that he understands the reality. But his mind remains exactly the same, confused, insecure, and deeply split. He has only decorated his ignorance with beautiful, sophisticated phrases. He is like a man who has memorized the entire menu of a restaurant but has never tasted a single morsel of food. He can deliver brilliant lectures on nutrition. He can argue endlessly about the specific ingredients of every dish, but he remains completely starved, dying of inner malnutrition. Look at how the mind uses knowledge as a defensive armor to protect its vulnerability. You are terrified of saying, "I do not know," because your ego thrives on feeling superior, on feeling that it has everything under control. When you look at a beautiful flower, your mind instantly rushes forward to label it. It says, "This is a rose," and the moment the word rose surfaces in your head, you stop looking at the flower. You think you know it because you have given it a name. But a name is not the reality. The word rose has no color, it has no softness, and it has no fragrance. It is just an arbitrary label used for social convenience. By labeling the flower, you have completely killed its mystery. You have reduced an alive, charismatic manifestation of cosmic energy into a dead concept in your memory system. You have closed the window of your immediate sensitivity. Zen is the process of completely unlearning this labeling game. It is a return to a state of profound, childlike innocence where you look at the universe without any names, without any definitions, and without any preconceived conclusions. Imagine standing before a rose bush with a completely naked mind, as if you have just arrived on this planet from a distant star and have never encountered a flower before. You do not know what it is called. You do not know its chemical composition, and you have no past memories to compare it with. You simply look at it with absolute, open-eyed wonder. In that state of deep, silent observation, the barrier between you and the flower begins to wither away. You are no longer an isolated subject looking at an external object. You are a pure space of awareness in which the color, the form, and the exquisite beauty of the flower are fully reflecting themselves. You experience the rose from the very inside as a living throb of the same cosmic juice that is moving through your own veins. This innocent mind is what allows you to hear the magnificent roar of the lion that Sekito speaks of. When Master Nangaku heard the reports of Sekito's answers from the young monk, he folded his hands and bowed down towards the distant hill where Sekito was sitting on his rock. Nangaku was a famous, established master, surrounded by thousands of disciples, yet he had the supreme grandeur to recognize the authentic, uncompromised light of an awakened being sitting on a flat stone. He did not let his institutional position, his age, or his prestige prevent him from recognizing the truth. He said to his people, "From the stone head comes the lion's roar to my ear." A lion's roar is something that cannot be calculated, cannot be managed, and cannot be captured by the net of words. It is an explosion of raw, untamed reality that cuts through all the sophisticated lies of the scholars. When Sekito looked at the monk and said, "Who bound you? Who made you dirty? Who gave you birth and death?" He was roaring like a lion in the forest of human illusions. He was not offering a soothing, comfortable philosophy. He was cleanly cutting away the entire root of the monk's intellectual questions, forcing his awareness back into the immediate, silent abyss of his own sovereign being. This lion's roar is what is needed to wake you up from your centuries-old slumber. You have been sleeping for so long, dreaming that you are a helpless puppet in the hands of a strange puppeteer, that you have completely forgotten your own eternal nature. You are continuously searching for security, for a guarantee of survival, for an absolute that will never change and never fade. But the search for security is the search of a dead man. Security means a state where nothing new can happen to you, where no unpredictable wind can disturb your routine, where everything is perfectly mapped out, controlled, and dead. A secure life is nothing but a comfortable, well-decorated grave. Life inherently means insecurity. It means moving into the unknown, moment to moment, without any map, without any guarantee, and with a heart that is completely open to the ultimate mystery of existence. When you step out of your psychological fortresses, when you drop your fictions of a protective Heavenly Father, you are bound to feel a terrifying wave of exposure in the beginning. You will feel as if you are falling through an empty space without any safety net. But I say unto you, do not resist that fall. Let go completely. The fear is only on the surface, only in the mind that is losing its grip on its illusions. The moment you stop screaming, the moment you relax into the fall, you discover a magnificent truth. There is no bottom to this abyss. You cannot crash against anything because the empty space through which you are falling is your own essential nature. You are the space itself. This absolute let go is what Zen calls nirvana. It is not a place you go to after your physical body dies. It is the realization that your separate identity was an absolute illusion from the very beginning. You are like a wave that has been dancing on the surface of the ocean for a few moments, thinking itself to be separate, independent, and isolated from the vast expanse of the water. The wave feels a deep terror when it looks ahead and sees the rocky shoreline approaching, because it thinks that when it breaks against the rocks, it will be destroyed forever. It prays to the sky to save its form, to protect its identity, to grant it eternal survival as a wave. This is your entire life of fear and prayer. But the moment the wave looks downwards, the moment it sinks past its superficial form, it realizes a shocking truth. It is not separate from the ocean. It is the ocean itself. The form on the surface is just a temporary dance of the wind, a momentary expression of the deep, silent currents of the infinite water. When the wave breaks against the shore, nothing is destroyed. The form simply dissolves back into the source from where it came. The ocean remains completely untouched, pristine, and eternal. You are that very wave, and the cosmic consciousness that surrounds you is the infinite ocean of life. When you go into deep meditation, when you practice the pure science of inner witnessing, you are sinking past your superficial form, past your name, your body, and your personality, and you are touching the vast, silent water of your essential being. In that pristine moment of contact, all your fears of death, all your anxieties about survival, all your guilt and your feelings of unworthiness simply evaporate like morning mist. You realize that you have never been born and you can never die, because you are the eternal flow of life itself. You are inside the cosmos, and the cosmos is inside you. There is no longer any boundary between the subject and the object, between the insider and the outsider. There is only a single, majestic oneness, a boundless throb of divine intelligence that manifests as the greenness of the tree, the roar of the lion, the silence of the night, and the light of your own awakening. Let this understanding saturate the very core of your consciousness. Drop your running, drop your ambition, and drop your heavy armor of borrowed knowledge. Simply be here, completely silent, completely relaxed, and fully present in this eternal now. Watch your breath enter and exit your body. Feel the warmth of the life forces moving through your limbs, and listen to the quiet space that opens up within your heart when the talkie inside your head comes to a dead stop. You are a living Buddha, an uncompromised expression of the absolute majesty of this universe. Walk through your ordinary, daily life with the same supreme grace, the same profound peace, and the same overflowing celebration as a flower opening its petals to the early morning sun. You do not need to seek for meaning, because your very existence is the ultimate meaning. You are home, you have always been home, and the entire universe is dancing with you in this eternal, beautiful moment. And this cosmic dance, this magnificent harmony with existence, is not a distant goal to be achieved in some future life. It is your very nature, waiting to be acknowledged in this immediate, silent moment. The mind is an absolute master of deception. It always tells you that the truth is far away, hidden behind heavy tapestries of scriptures, disciplines, and complex moral codes. Because as long as you are looking for the truth on the horizon, you will never look at the ground upon which you are standing. You will continue to run after the illusions of your thoughts, your worries, and your spiritual ambitions, completely oblivious to the fact that you are already the very thing you are searching for. The realization of your inner being is not an accumulation of knowledge. It is not a trophy to be won through strenuous willpower or aggressive self-torture. It is a state of absolute, effortless relaxation. It is the sudden, beautiful recognition that you have never lost your home, that you have never been separate from the cosmic source, and that your entire journey of wandering through countless births and deaths was nothing but a long, complicated dream of the ego. When you drop the desire to become someone special, when you completely abandon your mental projects of perfection, you find yourself standing in an immaculate space of absolute nothingness, a pristine vacancy that is overflowing with eternal peace, boundless joy, and radiant clarity. This pristine vacancy is the exact point where you must understand the deep, transformative dynamics of the 3 steps of meditation. These 3 steps are not separate exercises to be practiced sequentially. They are the organic evolution of your awareness, as it moves away from the noisy circumference of your life and settles deeply into the silent center of your being. In the first step, as you begin to practice the pure science of inner witnessing, you will find that the Buddha comes behind you like a solid, fragrant, golden shadow. You are still operating in the world. You are still carrying your old name, your physical body, and your social personality, but you are no longer fully identified with them. You feel a beautiful, protective presence constantly hovering behind you, a tangible warmth and light that fills your heart with an intense sense of benediction, grace, and compassion. You look at your thoughts passing through your mind. You feel your emotions moving through your body, but you do not get swept away by them. You remain anchored in the awareness that there is a quiet, golden presence watching over your life, a presence that fills your every gesture, your every word, and your every silence with a deep, subtle harmony. As your meditation deepens, as you become more accustomed to the silent language of your interiority, you naturally transition into the second step of enlightenment. In this stage, a magnificent reversal takes place. You become the shadow, and the Buddha comes in front of you, taking full charge of your life forces. Your false personality, your fabricated ego, your social snobbery, and your old conditioning begin to fade away slowly, slowly, like morning mist disappearing under the rising sun. You realize that the person you thought you were, the worried, defensive, ambitious little ego, was nothing but a fiction, an imagination imposed on you by a blind society. You no longer try to protect your old identity. You gladly allow it to wither away, because you can see the boundless grandeur of the Buddha walking ahead of you. Your life becomes completely effortless. Your actions become transparently clear, and your responses to situations arise not from the memory of the past, but from the radiant clarity of the presence that guides you. You are no longer the driver. You are the vehicle through which the universal intelligence is expressing its own creativity, its own love, and its own ecstasy. And then, when your relaxation becomes total, when your surrender to the isness of existence is absolute, you take the third and final step of meditation. In this supreme moment of realization, you completely disappear into the Buddha, and only the Buddha remains. The person you used to be, the name you carried, the historical past you clung to, they are no longer to be found anywhere in the universe. The shadow has faded into the absolute light. The tiny drop of your individual consciousness has fallen into the boundless ocean of cosmic awareness, and they have become one. This absolute dissolution is what traditional religions are terrified of, because the ego cannot conceive of a reality where it does not exist as a separate unit. The mind wants to go to heaven, but it wants to enter heaven with its passport, its name, and its personal identity intact. It wants to stand in front of God and be recognized as a special, saintly soul. But Zen says that as long as you are there, heaven is far away. The moment you disappear, you are the heaven itself. This completion of the circle, where your source and your goal become one, is the ultimate meaning of enlightenment, the final homecoming of the soul after millions of lifetimes of wandering in the dark. When this final step is fulfilled within you, your ordinary, day-to-day life is completely transformed into a constant, unending ceremony of joy and celebration. You do not need to escape from the world. You do not need to run away to the mountains or live in a dark cave to maintain your peace, because your silence is no longer dependent on outer conditions. It is an unshakable, living fountain that springs from the very depths of your being. You bring this peace, this serenity, this absolute ecstasy from the silent center to the busy circumference of your life. You walk through the marketplace, you talk to people, you do your daily work, but you do it as a Buddha, with the same supreme grace, the same profound tranquility, and the same absolute innocence. Your actions are no longer driven by greed, fear, or competition. They become a pure sharing of your abundance. Your eyes radiate a strange, beautiful light that can penetrate the hearts of others. Your words carry a music that comes directly from the unmanifested beyond, and your silence becomes an active, throbbing energy field that can wake up those who are stumbling in darkness. Look at the absolute tragedy of a humanity that has forgotten this simple, direct path of inner awakening. Because you are living entirely on the surface, entirely on the circumference of the circle, you feel like an outsider to your own life. You feel a deep, agonizing pain of not belonging here, a constant, subterranean anxiety that you are essentially wrong, and that death is waiting to claim you unmercifully at any moment. This sense of alienation, this feeling that you are an accidental stranger in a cold, dead universe, is the direct consequence of the God-oriented moralities and the negative Western philosophies that have dominated human thought for centuries. They have completely stripped you of your intrinsic value, telling you that your life has no significance unless you please an invisible judge in the sky, or that you are just a random accident with no relationship to the cosmos. They have taught you to live in tomorrow, to focus all your hopes and expectations on an imaginary future, while the only moment of real life, the beautiful, alive, present, goes on, passing away in absolute misery. But I say unto you, you are not an outsider. You are an essential, irreplaceable note in this cosmic symphony. This whole existence needs you exactly as you are, otherwise you would not be here. The sun rises for you, the rain falls for you, the trees blossom to share their beauty with your consciousness, and the stars are continuously watching over your steps with absolute, unconditional love. You are the very ambition of the earth, the highest peak of evolution through which the universe is trying to reach absolute awareness. When you drop your fictions of a cosmic puppeteer, when you clear away the plastic moralities forced upon you by the priests, you find that the vacuum you were terrified of is actually a playground of infinite possibilities. You stop begging for bread from an empty sky, and you become an emperor of your own consciousness, drowning in the rich, eternal juices of life, nourished and supported by the whole cosmos in every single breath. This is the living alternative that Zen offers to the madness of the modern world. It does not ask you to believe in a lie. It does not give you a new dogma to defend. And it does not demand that you sacrifice your intelligence to find your soul. It simply shows you the way inwards, providing a precise experiential science to discover your own hidden splendor. It turns your attention away from the skies and grounds you firmly in the here-ness of your presence, the now-ness of this moment. When you stand at your center, balanced, silent, and completely relaxed, the whole universe moves into your being, and all differences vanish. You see your original face in every leaf, in every cloud, in every wave of the ocean, and in the deep silence of the night. You realize that your life is an eternal, beautiful stream that knows no beginning and no end, and that death is nothing but a gentle changing of clothes in the infinite ceremony of existence. My beloved friends, you are the chosen few who have gathered the courage to look beyond the mendaciousness of millennia, to stand in opposition to the fictions that have crippled human dignity for generations. You are the pioneers of a completely new age, a new humanity that will live in absolute alignment with nature, science, and meditation. Do not carry any more weight from the past. Do not borrow any more anxieties from the future. And do not allow any priest or scholar to tell you who you are or how you should live your life. Trust your own raw, innocent intelligence. Ground yourself in the pure energy of your inner witnessing, and let your heart dance with the heartbeat of the universe. You are a Buddha. You have always been a Buddha. And less than that is not sufficient for your life. Awake, from your long dream of slavery. Step into your absolute cosmic freedom and live your life with such total intensity, total love, and total celebration that even your death becomes a final, magnificent dance of homecoming. To begin this journey of absolute awakening, to systematically dismantle the old programming of the mind, and to permanently step into the sovereign power of your inner witnessing, you can access our transformative digital guide, the Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, available through the link provided in the description below.